how to find new clients. This is probably the number one question that we get asked, and we've tried several times to address it on the YouTube channel and in personal consulting and in the pro group and even in business bootcamp. And it's such a hot topic that, and it's so big, right? That there's so many different ways to slice it. So this is kind of our first attempt at coming at you with something a little bit more cohesive. So I want to kick things off with an exercise, and it's time to dream big. So write down your top 10 dream clients. These are the clients that, like, you kind of fall asleep at night, and as you're drifting off, you think about working with Apple, and it's like, I'm the new Apple design. Yeah, someday.
Yeah, I remember when I first started freelancing and started my own business, Nike was at the top of that because they were doing such progressive stuff. MTV was a big one when they were still doing music videos. Yeah, because they were doing such progressive things in terms of, I was a motion designer, and they're doing such amazing things in this space. So everything was hot. I wanted to do a bunch of music videos. So people like Beck and Coldplay, like, these are dream clients. Like, oh, these are people I would love to work with. Yeah. And then also fulfilling the fantasies of all the video games and comics that I've saturated my brain with as a young kid. These are all big brands that I always dreamt of working with. Wow.
See, you're a little better than me because I had no idea who my dream clients would be. I just wanted to make money from the craft. So I was a little lost in the beginning.
I was a little cocky bastard then.
Yeah.
Like, so, of course I could work with them.
So I want you guys to literally write this stuff down or jot it in a note and set it aside, because we're going to come back to this later. But you should have 10 clients that you just absolutely dream of working. So here's the next thing. I want you to participate in the chat, right? So answer this question in the chat. Technical difficulties. How many leads did you get last week? So how many people called you? How many leads did you generate last week? So we're going to keep an eye on the chat and kind of see how this thing's coming through. So 0, 1, 3, 2, 0, 2. So returning client. Yeah, sure. Why not? Any opportunity.
New business. Yeah.
What else we got?
Look at Geet is killing it.
Geet. Nice. 1.
1. Okay.
I think that's everybody. So nobody hit more than 10, right? And that's really interesting. You see, when I first started out, I got 5 million leads. No, it was really easy for me to generate leads because I was working on platforms like Odesk and even Fiverr. And at the time, Odesk had 5 million projects to choose from. So I had hundreds of opportunities every single week. And at one point, I had 53 clients. But it wasn't because I was some like business ninja master.
I was about to say, tell us your secrets.
It was because I was dirt cheap. I was literally working for less than minimum wage. And at one point I was charging $3 an hour. Now I fired 50 of these guys, and that's a different story for another time. But I had started working with Chris, and through his mentorship, you know, I had the tools that I needed to change. And honestly, being able to charge more and having a clear process, all these advancements that he helped me make really gave me the confidence to go after bigger clients. But now I had a different problem. And that different problem was, where on earth do I find these clients? And not just more clients, like quality clients. So this was really not a business muscle that I was used to exercising. This is not something that I trained for. And at best, at this point, it kind of felt like an adventure. Like the whole world opened up to me. You know, I could work with anybody. And at worst, it felt like I was just completely lost. Like I didn't have the map that led me from where I am or where I was at that time to those clients. Like I didn't know how to get there. So in the beginning, I was feeling a little nervous. But I started doing what I thought at the time was, you know, everything the right way. You know, I hired a team. So this is the first team that I built at Burnt Creative. You know, we chose a specialty, which was a strategy-led design company, or so I thought. I felt like our messaging on the site was very, very clear, and that our brand was really good. We started doing content, right? We started writing articles on LinkedIn. We focused on SEO. So this is, even still, we show up on the first page in Google for a local search result, even though we're not there anymore. I started networking. I eventually I was like the vice president of AIGA Richmond for a year. And I started to become invited to these CEO luncheons in Virginia. So I felt like I was doing the right thing. And I even did something crazy scary, which is cold calling. Dun, dun, dun. And it started to work, right? I actually started to get published. This is an article from the Richmond Times-Dispatch, and the name started to get out there.
So you're doing all the right things.
Doing all the right things. The tactics were there, and they worked. Mm-hmm. One day, there was this phone rings, and on the other end was this massive, massive opportunity. And the client on the other end was a technology company that needed a huge campaign. And guys, we are talking like high six figures, almost $1 million for this thing. So this far eclipsed any client or opportunity that I had done to this point. Now, they found me because they were a Virginia company, and they were looking for a local agency. So they searched in Google local design agencies, and we popped up. So then they clicked on the website.
Awesome.
They liked the brand. They liked the work. They liked our kind of ethos. And then they found an article that I did on LinkedIn. They read that. They loved it. And all of a sudden, now we're talking.
Boom.
So it was right there, right? Everything kind of lined up. Now, I can't tell you who this company was. I reviewed my NDA last night, and it's still a little ironclad. But I can tell you that they had big competitors. So in the first call, they actually told me that they felt like they were David going up against 3 Goliaths.
Gotcha.
Right? So that they were just kind of like the underdogs in the space.
So this was just for people who don't know, this is like an MLS listing company. So it helps people who are buying homes find exactly what they need. And there's huge competition here in the US market.
Yep.
These are the big ones. Yep.
So these were their competitors. And so they felt like underdogs in this situation. So we decided that they would be a great client, right? I mean, this is the dream, a huge, massive project that could really put us on the map. So we decided to participate in the proposal process. We wanted to respond to the RFP. And something I realized after submitting is that we were one of 60 agencies that submitted. 60 creative companies submitted to this RFP. It was absolutely insane.
You're crazy.
You guys should not submit proposals to RFPs with 60 other people. But Chris coached me through this process. He and I, he was my mentor at the time, and he helped me navigate the waters, and he taught me the concepts that we teach in Business Boot Camp. So you guys will be able to see a lot of this. But the crazy thing is that through this process, 10 companies were selected for interviews. And these were brief, kind of 5 to 10 minute interviews on who we were and our ethos. And we were one of the 10. So that interview went really, really well. And we fought our way to the top. And the top was us, Burnt Creative, squaring up with literally one other company. So we went from 60 to 10 to 2. And we were invited to this final meeting, this final presentation. And it was kind of one of the most nerve-wracking, but also rewarding experiences of my career, to just be in that room, to be in the arena, right? To fighting the good fight. And I walked out of there and I felt like we did really, really well, because they were asking about our ethos and our process and the reasons why we did what we did. So a couple days later, again, the phone rings, and it's that big opportunity. It's the client. And he says, "Listen, Ben, it was so incredibly close. And at that point, my heart sank. I kind of knew what was coming next. It's like this.
If it's not congratulations,
Yeah.
you know what this is.
Yeah. It's so incredibly close. And I love the fact that they called me. That's, awesome move. But they said, everybody loved you. Everybody loved your approach. Everybody loved the process, the ethos, but we're going to go with the other guys. And I asked him why. And he said, well, they specialize in working with underdogs in tech. So it was the very thing that they told me on the first call. They felt like David and Goliath. And so they chose to work with somebody who was an underdog in tech.
Right.
And he said that really gave them the edge. So at that point, I went right to the competitor's website. I looked them up, and sure enough, right there on the homepage, it said, we work with underdogs in technology.
That's crazy.
Right there on the homepage.
So they were speaking their language, and that was the reason why they chose them.
Yep. The other guys were positioned just absolutely perfectly. And see, I spent so much time and effort generating leads, cold calling, inbound marketing, all this kind of stuff. But I forgot the other half of the equation. And I was trying to talk with everyone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyone that would listen and that had money. But when it came down to the wire, I really didn't have a compelling reason for those clients to pick me. So I want you guys to go back and take a look at that list of dream clients one more time. And I think that you should ask yourself, why would they choose you? Why would they pick you out of all your competitors if they called tomorrow? I hope you have a good answer for that. And if you do, you could probably check out right now. But if you don't, I want to tell you that the key lies in positioning. And so that's what we're going to be covering today. I'll give them the agenda.
Yeah, so for the agenda, this is just an overview. We're going to teach you what positioning is. Then we're going to get into some tactical stuff of how to position your company. We'll do some positioning exercises together. We'll show you some examples of both creative agencies as well as other products that are positioned very well, so you guys get a sense of this and why this is important. Then we'll go through the 7 deadly sins, and then we'll talk about the next steps after this call.
Y'all get homework.
Yes.
Even today.
Yes.
So let's dig in. What is positioning? Here's the dictionary definition, or the business dictionary definition. Positioning is a marketing strategy that aims to make a brand occupy a distinct position relative to competing brands in the mind of the consumer. And really, basically what it boils down to is what makes you different? What makes you stand out from your competitors? And David Ogilvy has a great, definition of positioning. He says, positioning is what a product does and who it's for. So let's look at this through our lens, I should say.
Let's simplify it even more. All it is this. It's X for Y, or your service or product for a particular market or audience. It's very, very straightforward. So if you just think about it what service do you provide and for who? That's all positioning is, and this is the most reduced down version. And we'll get into this a little bit later, but now we'll look at a couple of examples so that you guys can understand this concept. So hopefully we could look at some examples that aren't in the creative field so that we could map it there first, and then we'll get around and see how this might look like for creative
we'll bring
agencies.
it home for you, promise.
So let's talk about gyms, because there's all kinds of gyms. If any of you have worked out, there are hundreds of thousands of options out there, especially here in LA. So let's look at gyms. So we're looking at product or service for a particular audience. So Gold's Gym, if you guys are familiar, this is a gym for legendary bodybuilders. And what they've been known for is they are the mecca of bodybuilding. In fact, our good friend, Mr. Arnold Schwarzenegger, he trained there. This is in Venice Beach at the mecca of bodybuilding, where he is known for his amazing physique and built his career off of that. So if you go to any of these gyms, you'll see it's very meathead oriented. You go there if you want to be a bodybuilding champion.
You go there to grunt.
You go there to grunt. And you could even see by the messaging here, this is where we build your legacy of strength. So the idea is like they're reinforcing the idea that you're this like big muscle head and you're there to perform and perform well. You're there to be a champion, just like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
My wife would never even consider joining this gym.
Right. So that's not for her, but it's for a particular type of client.
Right.
Then on the extreme opposite side, now we have Planet Fitness. Planet Fitness is a gym for the insecure and out of shape. So these are people who are a little bit intimidated. In fact, they coined this term, no gym intimidation.
My man.
So it means that you could come here because there's no meatheads here. It's just people who want to work out kind of casually and are a little bit intimidated of the gym scene. And you'll see the difference in their positioning here. So this is what their gym looks like. Same messaging, but very different.
Look, they got donuts and pizza there.
They actually serve donuts and pizza there. So it's kind of silly.
I want to go to there.
Yeah. So this is a very different vibe. You know, nobody's counting carbs or calories here. In fact, they just want to welcome you. If you could see the messaging on the wall, you belong. This is a judgment-free zone, and there's no critics. I think they even have rules on the wall saying there's no grunting or dropping of weight. It's like they just want to create this environment where it feels very welcoming, and they're not making it feel like there is a bar to entry. They're trying to say this is for everyone, especially those of you who feel intimidated by all this gear and machine. And you could even tell by the color palette, it's much softer. So all these things, these are extreme opposites. So again, let's look at gyms. Equinox, if you guys are familiar with this brand, this is a gym for those with luxurious tastes. It's probably my gym. I don't go there. I have 2 gym passes, by the way. But
that's Chris's gym.
This is where Christo would go. But they've actually branded themselves as a luxury fitness club. So if you think about them, they're positioning themselves a very particular way. So now let's look at their interiors. What do they care about? Materials, architecture, cleanliness,
lighting,
symmetry, lighting. Yeah. Like the design and aesthetic of the place is meant to attract a certain level of client. So these are people that are willing to spend probably 2 or 3 or 4 times as much as a normal gym membership, because this is their type of space. Everything is clean. Everything's always taken care of. They have premium amenities. I think they have a spa built into a lot of these. So there's all kinds of things. And this is meant for a very particular clientele. So those are 3 examples of very different types of gyms and how they're positioned. Now let's quickly go over cars. So if we go over cars, if you're familiar with Toyota, these are reliable cars for pragmatic people. And at least that's how it's positioned here in the States. I know it might be positioned a little bit different in different countries, but for us, their tagline is, let's go places. So they just need you to have a reliable car that's going to take you from A to Z. It's just going to take you to the place that you want to go, and you need a reliable ride. So if you look at their branding, marketing, their imagery, everything wraps around this idea that you can go do stuff with your family, with your friends, and you don't have to worry about your car. So now let's look at the same manufacturer, Lexus. So Lexus is just an offshoot. It's a sister company of Toyota here in the States.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're sister companies. They're the same exact company. And even the chassis, everything is all built off of the same exact parts. It's just rebranded here as Lexus. I don't know if they even have Lexus in Japan. I think it might all be Toyota. Wow. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but Lexus is a sub-brand or a sister brand, and it's luxury cars for those who value precision and comfort. And their tagline is the relentless pursuit of perfection. So they're taking the same car, same build, and they're rebranding it and touching up the details and this position for a particular type of client. And their cars cost in excess of $10,000 or $20,000 more than the Toyotas. And you look at the difference in the photography and the details that they show. Like the leather that they have, the details in the lighting, it's very different. It feels very different, and it's for a particular type of client. Last sister company, still part of Toyota, Scion.
I knew this one. Yeah.
This is a hip brand that I think showed up in the early 2000s or late 90s, and it's hip cars for the young, free spirits. They're not around anymore. It's all got consolidated under Toyota. But when they were around, their position was, what moves you? This was their tagline, meaning it's about you, what moves you. So it's very all about individualism. So you could see this across all of their branding, their marketing, and how they talk to their users, how they are positioned to their users. So it's about customization. They had really funky silhouettes for their cars, but people love them. And I think a lot of people are sad that they are gone.
Wow.
Because they have a huge cult.
Okay. All right. But isn't this branding?
Not
No,
really.
no, it's not. You see, a brand, if we're following Marty Neumeier's definition of a brand is how a person thinks about a company, person, or product. Positioning is different. Positioning is how they think about that brand in comparison to others. The key dimension is the comparing factor. It's where you fit on that competitive landscape.
Right.
So let's bring it home for creative service providers. You guys, let's bring this home. So how can we differentiate? How can we stand out from the crowd? Well, the answer, specializing. I know that I probably just lost half of you guys, right? Because as soon as I say specializing, that's like it's triggering for so many people, and it's really funny, right? Because we're like, hey, what about specializing? And the reaction that we get from a lot of you guys, that get that out of my face.
I don't want to do that. That sounds terrible.
and we get it, but the thing is that we're not alone. We're not preaching this gospel solo. This has been around for a long, long time. And here's a great quote from Blair Enns. The world does not need another generalist design firm. And you can replace your craft in there. So if you're a video production studio, the world does not need another generalist studio.
Right.
This is another great one. Jonathan Stark. Without a laser-focused positioning statement, you are wasting your time with marketing efforts.
Just like Ben. You saw him
Spinning
with
your
his
wheels.
story. He's like putting lots and lots of effort out there, yielding some results, but not the results that he wants. And he ultimately ended up losing the biggest job of his life.
Yep. And I love this one. If you sell to everyone, you will sell to no one.
Who said that?
Oh, everyone.
So everyone.
I couldn't find the origin of that quote, right? And honestly, we tell this to clients a lot, and I'm sure you guys have said this to your clients. It's like, hey, we have to make this video for somebody. Who is this for? We give this advice to clients all the time. So why don't we take our own medicine? Why don't we take our own advice? What's holding us back?
It's tough. It's hard to be objective and give yourself that same advice. Right?
Yeah.
Especially for your business, which you could be very, very close to. And there's some challenges there, right? There's some fears.
Yeah. And I think that those fears break down into these basic ones. Number one, I'll miss out on opportunities, right? Number two, I'll be bored doing the same thing over and over again. Number three, I don't have enough experience to even claim a specialty. And number four, I don't even know where to start. I don't know how.
Yeah. If you guys have any other thoughts about fears or thoughts about specializing, drop that in the chat now. Let us know what else you're dealing with, why you wouldn't specialize over being a generalist.
Yep. And we get it, right? We've been there. I mean, honestly, we've been in this industry for a combined 25 years.
Long time.
We're old, man. But we understand that fear. And the cool thing is that we've all had our failures with positioning, but I've also had the opportunity to consult individually with you guys about positioning. So I have 20 to 30 individual consulting clients, other agencies that I help them with this stuff. And I want to show you guys one example. So this is Rethink Creative. These guys are a branding and web design company, and they came to me about a year ago for some consulting. And this is where we started. They were in their first year, so they had just quit their full-time jobs to do this thing. They had one of the partners that was dedicated to lead generation, and they tried everything, just like me. I mean, they went to conferences, they set up automated funnels, they did inbound marketing, they did referrals, they did cold calling, they did it all. And they still weren't generating leads. They also had no marketing budget. So they had a board, and the board said, hey, we hired you. You're the new business guy, and you're going to go out there and find business. So he had no dollars to spend on advertising or anything like that. And they were also a generalist firm. When we looked at the website, I realized that man, we need to work on your positioning. And I told them, I said, you need to specialize.
What did they say?
It was the same reaction, right? It's the same thing over and over and over again.
Specialized, man.
And this is what they raised. So they thought about focusing on churches, but they were worried about the money, and rightfully so, because churches are usually broke. And they had done a couple of church jobs before, and it was a struggle financially. They were also worried that if they picked that specialty, that they would miss out on other opportunities. They also thought that they didn't have experience, which I thought was really weird because they had already done 3 or 4 projects for churches. But they also didn't know where to start. They didn't know how to do this. So we talked, and we were like, I said, why don't we extrapolate the beliefs and values from the church scene? I said, what if we pursued something like faith-based, or companies that were mission-based, or that, had a kind of like Christian vibe to them? I said, and we started ideating around that concept, and they got really excited about that. But they were also terrified of planting that flag.
Right.
So I told them, have faith.
Because potentially what's going to happen is now they're going to exclude the rest of their portfolio.
Yeah.
Right? Like everyone else who they've worked with. So
it's a significant concern.
It's a big jump to say that I'm going to narrow down and focus on this industry.
Yep.
And serve these people. So what happened?
So they did. They had faith, and they repositioned. So this is now their new homepage. They're Rethink Creative solutions for the mission-minded. Rethink Creative is a brand strategy and design studio for ministries and nonprofits.
I know exactly who they serve.
Right?
That makes sense.
Now, guys, they literally changed nothing else. It was business as usual. They still went to trade shows. They still did cold calling. They still built online funnels. They did all the same tactics. But now they started to generate leads. And they started to generate leads because all of the tactics were now pointed at one kind of business.
Right. So it wasn't a spray and pray. It was like laser focus, like sniper.
Exactly. They changed nothing except the who. And that made all the difference in the world. And when they got on the phone with companies, they were able to like outmaneuver all the competition because they had the expertise. It was much easier for them to take a lead and turn them into a client. So in about 6 months, so 6 months later, I get an email, and I open the email and I'm reading it through. And the first thing I see is we moved into a new office. I'm like, cool. That's nice. Fresh surroundings, fresh environment. That's nice. Why? Well, we hired a full-time project manager.
So growing.
Okay, so you're growing, and you're not hiring more designers. You have enough work that you can afford a project manager. So that's pretty cool. Then the next thing. Oh, that's the previous thing. Their project rate grew by 300%. Their average project tripled in size. And then this is the coolest one. This one I was just like, whoa. They hit their yearly revenue goal in May.
Wow.
They did the entire year's worth of revenue in 5 months.
That's awesome.
It's just like, right?
That's just like, just because they focused.
Just because they focused.
Because you told them to have faith.
I mean, everybody wants that.
Right.
So this is the superpower that we want to give to you guys today. So let's start digging into this. Let's talk about how to position your brand.
Right. So I see some questions popping up in here. I think some of these things we will address, and some of them, it sounds like you guys are just reiterating the same concerns that Ben had his consulting client had, which is, narrowing down too much. But let's go through this exercise. Let's talk about it, because we have plenty more examples here to hopefully give you guys faith that this is a way to move forward. And let's just go through this together. So if you guys don't have it already, pull out a piece of paper, a notepad or something, and a pen. And or you could type this up, but I prefer writing it down just because you'll be a little bit faster. Now let's revisit this concept of positioning your brand. X for Y, meaning what do you do and who it's for, right? Just super simple. There's a third part of this is that market viable, which I could see a lot of you in the chat is wondering, like, oh, will this be viable for me? Is this going to be profitable?
That's the scapegoat, people.
Right.
Beware.
Right.
Anyway,
we will get to that, but let's just focus on the first two. So what I want you guys to do is just on your sheet of paper or in your document, write X on one side, basically what is the service or product you provide, and then jot a list down. What are the things that you currently do or have done for your clients? What are the services you provide? That's your X. So I want you to make that list. On the second side, I want you to write why. These are the markets that you have served or you want to serve. And that's why Ben at the beginning of the call had asked about some of your dream clients. So hopefully that started getting your brain to start percolating. I want all of you guys to write these down. So what is the service and product you provide and for what audience? And we'll start giving you some examples while you guys are jotting that down. So services you could provide, usually that could be your trade or discipline, like brand identity, video production, motion design, 3D animation, web development, marketing, packaging design. There's tons of stuff.
What else? What's funny is that I'm looking at this list and I see like packaging design and motion design. And I bet you we have some people in this room that are like, no, I don't want to specialize like that. I'm a designer. I do it all.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, no, just jot down what you do for clients. And it can be a whole list. I mean, if you do all of the above, jot down all of the above.
Correct.
I also want to meet that unicorn that can do all of the above well, but yeah.
You're standing right next to him. But the whole point of this is just to list. We're not going to commit to anything. I'll force you to commit by the end of this. But for now, we're just generating lists. So what are the services and products you provide?
Another way to look at it is like, what do you make?
Right. What do you make? What are those deliverables that you typically do for clients? So then we'll go into the market and audience. So like, what market do you serve? Is this the technology companies, entertainment, finance, real estate, health and wellness, food and beverage, hospitality?
And if you've worked in multiple industries, just list those multiple industries. Mm-hmm. I had in my portfolio early on, I had a whole bunch of Amazon sellers. So there's these like little baby entrepreneurs. Mm-hmm. I also had some tourism. I did some work in elder care. What else? Yeah, it was pretty all over the place. But just take a look at your portfolio and put those clients. Now, if you're subcontracting for other agencies, put other agencies there, right?
Right.
Just get it out, get it on the paper. Then look at what you actually did for those other agencies and where those kind of are classified.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So I'll give you a second there. Looks like a lot of people already done filling that out. That's good. And you guys can continue working on these lists, because what I want to do now is dig in a little bit deeper, because this is an easy way for us to generate a positioning statement that maybe is still a little fluffy, but it will give you some direction. So for instance, if I were to position Blind right now, our service studio, I might say we're a brand identity company for tech companies, right? That's one way to do that.
Yep.
But what I'd like to do now is to focus a little bit more on the service. What do you provide? So if you provide something like websites, what kind of websites? Do you make these marketing brochures, basically these landing pages where you're trying to educate and inform a potential client or user? Do you build e-commerce sites? Do you build community sites where people connect with each other?
Are they web apps? Are you putting together sites, news sites, like blogs,
content delivery?
Yeah, marketplace.
Right.
There's a million different kinds out there. And really we're just looking at, okay, what specifically do you do? What specifically do you make?
Right. So if you take your list that you had developed for X, you could just start this and you can go down maybe halfway through the page and take and highlight a few of those things. Like, what are the key services that you provide? And then define that a step further. What kind of websites do you make? What kind of branding or packaging do you make? And then the next part of that, you might take it a step further. Because even though a client has hired you for that particular type of deliverable, they're actually hiring you to solve a particular kind of problem, right? So the idea here is, I just learned this, jobs to be done. The idea is when somebody buys a drill, they're looking for a hole in their wall. And that is the problem that they are solving. So you might look at this, the service you provide, the kind that you do, what is the problem that you have actually solved? And this is a better way to define what you do even further, because you're solving problems. So if you're doing a marketing brochure website, well, the problem you're solving is you're educating customers. If you're creating an e-commerce site, maybe the problem you're solving is retargeting abandoned carts and fulfilling those things, closing the loops, anything that might be open, because that's very powerful.
Yeah, or opening a new revenue stream for a company. What business problem are you fixing? And if you notice, that first list that you have got broken down into a kind of like a bigger list. And then now that bigger list is even longer because these things that we make solve multiple problems. And by flipping over to the client's perspective, it kind of goes into what Tony Robbins says. I'm going through the Tony Robbins course material for his business class right now. And he says 90% of business problems have to do with the owner's psychology. And almost half of those psychology problems is because they're in love with the business and not their customers. So we need to fall in love with our customers. And this is a great exercise to get you guys in the customer's shoes.
Right. So what problems are you solving for them? And this is lifted and modified from Jonathan Stark. He wrote this great article, X for Y, or your X for Y positioning statement. What we tried to take here is like, how do we drill down further and define this for you? Because he has a great article up, but we wanted to feel like, are there steps to help define this further? Because it's really hard to write these things out without remaining very, very generic. So this is X. This is the service you provide, or your expertise, or what you solve. The next thing is your Y, which is who are you serving? So if you said something like tech or entertainment or health and wellness, what kind? Let's go a step deeper and let's describe that. So if you're in the tech space, what kind? Is it biotech? Is it financial tech companies?
Healthcare tech startups?
There are tons. Let's get specific here. And again, you might reflect back on the portfolio of companies you've already served and just reflect back there. So it might take a little bit of time to bring all of that together, or these could also be companies that you would like to serve. Maybe you have an affinity towards them, right? So if you're in entertainment breaks up a lot of different ways. There's movies, indie movies, the whole entire video game industry, which you could even break down further, like video game hardware and peripherals. And then health and wellness, again, that's a huge, huge, huge market. So you can go into supplements, elder care, gyms.
Hospitals, doctors' offices, dentists. We just listened to something the other day that was, there are over 100,000 dentists in the United States alone.
Right.
Come on.
That's a lot. So that's how you could define your target audience a little bit better. Let's get specific. So now let's go back to our formula here. And let's go a little bit deeper. So you have these lists now. So hopefully you might be able to create a positioning statement where you lead with your expertise, your focus, or the problem that you solve, and who you're helping specifically. So for instance, if you look at some of the examples here, it's like I create comedic brand stories through videos for elder care. You know what I mean? Like that's a very specialized niche.
But you know what? There was a $20,000 project that I gave to a freelance videographer that was just interviews. It was an interview video for an elder care facility. It was one of my clients.
Right. So you can specialize in
it
that.
Sounds specific, but guys, there's money there. Yeah.
People definitely need that, right? So other problems you could solve is I create presentations that get funding. So this is really important. If you guys don't know, there's presentation designers like Nancy Duarte, right? Her whole company is creating presentations for big, giant companies. Because the thing is, when you're pitching ideas, you'd like to have somebody on your corner that's going to help land that $100 million investment.
A lot at stake. It's a big problem to solve.
A lot at stake, right? So that's a problem that you could solve and you could hyper focus on. I think 2 boot camps ago, we had somebody that's all she did. That was her entire business, was generating presentations to help clients land investment. And what happened from there is now she's a CMO at one of the companies because like they valued so much of her presentation skills, what she does, the specific problem that she solved, they saw the value.
They hired her. They made her an offer she couldn't refuse.
That's right. Right. And then so hopefully you guys can generate this list. let me know in the chat, are you guys having a challenge with this, or do you guys feel like, dude, I got this, I've already filled this out, I know my stuff?
Yeah, and honestly, guys, we're blasting through this exercise, and I'm hoping that you will go back and rewatch the video, and we'll have worksheets for you early next week, and just spend some time developing these lists. I've found that whenever I'm making lists, especially for positioning, the first 20 things that I write down are utter crap. They're just fluff. They're too broad.
Right.
And then after that initial 20, you really start getting into specifics, because you can't go anywhere else. You have to go deeper. So the goal here with this kind of list building exercise is to get that list beefy.
Right. Get it beefy so that you can edit it down.
Yep.
You want to exhaust all your bad ideas first until you get to your good ideas. And the more you challenge yourself, challenge your own assumptions for these things, the more specific you're going to get. But I know we keep talking about specifics, and some of you might be wondering, if I pick a niche, won't I limit myself? I can see it in the chat. You guys are blowing it up. It's like, oh, here's my fear. If I choose this niche, I'm going to alienate all of my clients. And what I want to address on that thing is, if you have current clients, don't abandon them. Just complete it, close it out, be done. But it's very important to pick a niche, because you could hyper focus, right? For instance, if you're doing any type of marketing for your business, would you rather spend $1,000 trying to reach 1 million people, or would you rather spend $1,000 trying to reach 100 people? Which one do you think is going to be more effective? If you know exactly who you're talking to, then you know exactly how to talk to them, and then what they care about. And we'll get into some more exercises and discussion around that. But if you know who you're talking to, you know exactly how to connect to them, versus trying to be broad and try to speak to everyone. And
I just want to reassure you guys, it is so difficult to get too small. Seriously, if we look at the health and wellness thing, right? Health and wellness is a massive industry. And like I said, even if you drill down to dentists, this is a example from Jonathan Stark. If you drill down to dentists, there's 100,000 dentists in America.
Right.
And if you just got a fraction of that, if you got 100 of those, think about 100 clients. You would be busy for years, right? So it's really, really tough to get small, and we'll get into this later.
Yeah. And dentists don't excite me, so if that's a beat down kind of example, I have another example for you here. So I'm a visual learner, so hopefully some of these diagrams will help you understand. So if you're looking at a particular market, for instance, fashion, I really like athletic wear for me personally. What's visible, what's at the top? Of course, first things that might come to mind is Nike, Adidas, Puma, right? Like, these are at the top. These are the ones that you see. And maybe where you're at right now, that seems like an enormous gap. There's no way I could do work for those types of companies. There's no way Nike would even take my call. I don't even know who to contact there. Well, what if we go down the ladder a little bit? Same industry. What about the up-and-comers like Champion and Lululemon? These people who are much smaller in scale, but they're on their way up. They're challenger brands. Could you reach out to them? Do you know somebody? Because I feel like these people might be local to you. So you might have a bigger chance, because it's a little bit more narrow who you might be talking to. Same industry. Next thing, what about the really small scale? Like, maybe they just have one office in New York or LA, and they are selling everything online. How likely do you think is it to make a call or DM and contact one of these brands and actually get a response? Because if I DM Nike right now, nobody's going to respond to me. They won't even look at it.
They might have a robot doing it, but
maybe. I don't know. Champion, Lululemon, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know how good their community is. Yeah. But I know if I DM one of these other smaller brands where it's one shop, one office, and they're all online, like one of these brands, Isaora or 10,000, I'll probably get a DM back. And that's because they're much smaller in scale. Why do I share this? Is because a lot of the times we look at the tip of the iceberg. We only know what's visible, what's kind of common. However, like Ben was saying, if you look at any particular industry, there are tons and tons and tons of service providers or products or people that need your help. They need your services. So let's look at another industry. Let's look at the video game industry, which I'm familiar with. I've done work for these industry leaders like Xbox and PlayStation. These are probably the first two you might think of if you say video games. Maybe Nintendo's up there as well. And that's just the tip of the iceberg because that's what we're familiar with. But what about everybody else? What about the rest of the video game community? Well, look, if you focus on just the niche of community within video games, there's streaming services. There's events like E3 and PAX. There's competitions that they host in Vegas and all over the world. They also have esports teams. You could do branding. I met somebody last week, who all he does is work for the esports industry. Specifically, he works with teams and helps them with their brand strategy. That's crazy to me.
That's narrow, guys.
That's ultra narrow. But the thing is, he loves what he's doing.
Yeah.
And he's like, I've always wanted to work in video games, and now I'm doing it. So that was Peter that I met last week when he was here for Marcus and the Spell.
Wow.
So that's just one niche inside the video game industry. If you keep going, well, what about all the hardware and accessories, the controllers, the peripherals, the headphones, the chipsets, the lights, like that streamers use? There's all kinds of stuff that's related to video games that you could start building your expertise around and that you could serve today. Other things, well, what about agencies, advertisers, and marketers? Well, you could work with them because they need to make key art, they need to make game trailers, sometimes 360 campaigns. And maybe if you have a very specialized niche, you could help one of these agencies and serve them.
Yeah.
What about small scale? Indie games, mobile games? I get hit up from these people all the time. They see the work that I've done from Xbox, but they reach out to me. It's like, oh, would you be interested in helping us make a trailer or some kind of promotional thing for a game? So like we're so focused on the big players that we don't realize that there are all these tiny players in here that we can serve and we can start building expertise around. And even though it feels like you're going ultra narrow, there's actually so much more than what we see on the surface.
Yeah, and I would rather start narrow than just be completely lost trying to figure this thing out.
Yeah, so I'll give this all to you another way. So staying on video games for a second, like if we look at the top player there at the top of the ladder, again, that's the Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo. And then there's everybody else down below that you might be able to serve. And I want to talk about my former intern. His name is Benjamin Eng. He interned here maybe about 6 or 7 years ago. Young kid, bright-eyed. He was a motion design student.
Good name. Strong name.
Benjamin Eng. I love it. So he went out of here, went to go freelance. Eventually, he started his own business. He started a motion design studio about 5 years ago now. And he always loved video games. He's always wanted to do work for video games. And I know him just because I see him. He's always streaming online. Like he loves playing. Yeah. So it's always been his dream to focus his motion design studio to do work like that. So he started small. He wasn't going for the big Xboxes and PlayStation, even though that was his dream. That's what he was looking out for. He started working on small little clients like Razer. They make mice and keyboards and stuff like that. So he worked on animation for that. Eventually, he started doing this for MSI, which is a chipset manufacturer. Again, you won't really think about them right away when you're thinking about the gaming industry. But he started making connections. He started networking on a much smaller scale because it was much easier to enter on these points, make connections, and then make something that's going to support your claim, your expertise in a particular niche.
No, when we look at revenue, these companies are small compared to Xbox, but still, when you're going for these kind of companies as a client, they got money.
They do have money.
They have money.
They do have money. So I would not ignore that. And then, so now more recently, Benjamin, because he's been pretty prudent and just like focusing on this, recently he created the brand identity for an event that Riot Games was throwing. Riot Games is one of the biggest publishers in the world. They make one game, League of Legends, and they're $1 billion company, or maybe even 10 billion. It's ridiculous. They make one video game. They host lots and lots of events around the world. And now he did it. He's at the top of the ladder here where he's focused on these small players, but that was enough for him to build momentum and expertise to show a company like Riot Games that he can do it.
Yep. And he's building his network as he goes, right? He's connecting the dots between all those people. Yeah. And there's power in that.
Right. So with enough of these, which he already has, maybe his next call could be to Xbox or to PlayStation. So he keeps moving up this ladder. So this is all to say that narrow is not small. When you look at a particular industry and even niching down in that industry, it is not small. And there is so much more beneath the surface that you can explore.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You guys got that? All right. Now the next part. This part gets a little bit trickier, and this is going to focus, this is going to make you guys reflect a little bit more. So we focus on the who you're serving and what you're making for them, the problems you're solving. Now the next part is why. Just like Ben mentioned earlier, why would they choose you?
Mm-hmm.
So I want you guys to fill out these prompts now. Clients choose us, or clients choose me because, and let's focus it right now on beliefs and values. So this will help narrow it down so you guys might think about this in a particular way. So what do I mean by that? What is a belief and value? Clients choose us because, for your example earlier, it was because they work with faith-based communities.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So they can clearly align with those belief systems, right? They understand that they know who that community is and how to serve them.
Yeah, in that specific example, they needed, their expertise really lay in the conflict between marketing and giving back to the community and the faith-based kind of like giving mentality. So they really helped clients strike that balance between the ideals and then actually making ends meet. So how do we do marketing in a way that's not going to upset the faith-based community? So that was their why. That was, they believed that marketing could be good and didn't always have to be self-serving.
Right. And this is good because too, like the first two are very objective. And it can kind of still include a pretty big gamut of people and particular audiences. But this allows you to have a more unique POV on the world. So what are your beliefs and values? So some people, they might feel like we should leave our planet better than we found it. Or we believe here at The Future, at least, that everyone should have access to high-level education, regardless of where you're at in the world. Some other beliefs and values, and I want you guys to be writing these down, is we support faith-based institutions. We believe veganism will solve and save the planet, right? It will solve the world's biggest problems. And there's some legitimate stuff about that, you know, about reducing meat, our footprint, all the stuff it takes. And some people are very passionate about that. We believe in giving back, like Tom's, right? One for one. What other beliefs do you have? We believe ex-convicts should have a second chance. Like there's this one gym that was branded by our friend Alex Center out in New York, and it's called ConBod. And the idea is they only hire ex-convicts because they realize that it's so difficult for ex-convicts to get a job and not get sucked back into the industrial prison system. So they believe that, and there's so many people that stand behind that, behind prison reform and just helping out people who have changed, have transformed. Maybe you believe in data privacy and security, much like Apple, which they're doubling down on right now above all tech companies. And then maybe this one's more controversial, but that's okay. We support Republican values. Maybe you support Democrats or liberal views, whatever that is. I think the key here is that you have to be a little bit polarizing. You have to pick a lane, and that's okay.
Guys, if the hair on the back of your neck is just kind of like raising a little bit as we move through these examples, that's a good thing because it is polarizing. You're taking a stand. You're standing for something.
So hopefully you guys are generating a list. And we'll give you more prompts after this call next week to help generate this more, because you might even reflect back on, well, what are the things that I buy? What are the things that I support? Where do I donate my money?
And why?
And why? Why do you do those things? Where do I spend my free time when I'm not working? These are things that all lead into your beliefs and values. And honestly, the more you can align your beliefs and values and what you stand for with your business, the happier you're going to be. Wouldn't you rather show up to work and love the things you're doing for the causes you're working for the people that's your community, your tribe? And that's why it's really important to have this modifier.
And this is really great to even find that tribe, right? It's great to figure out the why. You can classify the why by beliefs and values too. I'll give you guys an example, and this is completely unrehearsed and unscripted, but I was consulting with another client, and she was a generalist designer. She had been doing this thing for 20 years, and she didn't know how to specialize. And so she was like, listen, there's really nothing special about me. And I was like, oh, don't
say it like that.
Don't say that. And she said, no, I'm just a soccer mom. I'm just a soccer mom that loves design. And I'm like, okay, well, there's something there, but let's take a look at what your behavior says. Like, what do you spend time doing? And she says, oh, I like gardening, and we got a great compost pile, and we actually sell the compost. And, I was like, okay, well, where do you go to get groceries? And she's like, mostly the farmer's market. So I don't really support any brands. And I was like, okay. And what kind of food do you buy? And she's like, well, we only eat organic, and we're really concerned with, what we put into our bodies. And I was like, sounds like that's a good positioning, doesn't it? Like, how can we spin that? And I think what we landed on was like, something about like healthy food and beverage companies, or companies that we believe in health. I can't remember the specifics, but it was magic. You'll have to trust me on that.
We can share that in the Facebook group later if we find it.
Yeah.
And another one of our previous boot campers who's in the pro group as well, Roxy. Roxy, she's a vegan. She fully believes in that. And she's positioned her motion design studio, which is now a brand strategy studio. So she's opened that up to focus on vegan marketing.
Yep.
Because she wants to help ethical companies with lighthearted, warm stories.
Yep. So if you get really itchy around picking a niche or an industry, this is a great way to flip those beliefs and values into that.
Cool. So another way you might look at why clients might choose us. If you don't get all the touchy-feelies and it's really hard to figure out, well, what do I stand for, what I don't, you might look at it in another way. Wouldn't you rather go to the experienced person who specialized in a particular thing to work on your house? Like if you want somebody to do the roofing on your house, I would rather hire a specialist who does that night and day. I wouldn't want to hire some random dude on the corner and be like, hey, do you want to patch up my roof and look for the cheapest option?
Yeah.
No,
pull up to the Home Depot and hit the side of your truck.
Right.
Need 4 guys.
Right.
No, that's not what you want.
Right. You want somebody who specializes. Same with the dentist. Like, I wouldn't just go to some random person. Like, I'm going to go on Yelp. I'm going to look for the person who's specialized and has a lot of experience, good reviews, things like that. So clients choose us because of our experience in a niche. So what can that look like? So for your list, you might fill out, well, we've directed over 300 music videos. Maybe that's your specialty. If you're a presentation designer, we've helped secure $100 million in funding for the startups we work with. What are these claims that you can make, or things that in your past, what have you helped clients with, and how can you boast about that? It's all right to brag a little bit. Look at this as kind of like a brag sheet. If somebody, I know people, especially creatives, don't like talking about themselves and all the things they accomplish. Try and have an outer body experience right now and pretend like you're talking about yourself. Like, Ben's amazing. He started his own company, bootstrapped the whole thing. He learned design on his own. He built a 5-person, 6-person agency and grew it big enough where his mentor and now boss acquired his company, bought him out, moved him out here, and now he's COO at the future. And that's amazing. So going from a fan on somebody who is just watching the channel now to being in the business, what an accomplishment that is. And you might even ask somebody, you might ask a peer to do this for you. Like, when you look at me, what do you think I do? Like, what do you think are some of the things that is great about me? Or it sounds so egotistical.
It goes back to that soccer mom, right? She's like, oh, there's nothing special about me. Well, not actually. I mean, you've got a lot of stuff going on that maybe you can't see. So maybe we should build that in the homework.
Right.
Okay.
Cool. So now we'll get a little bit more tactical. Now that you guys have your list, I'm going to kind of fly through these things because I think you guys can do this for homework. I don't think that we really need to fill this out right now, but we'll give you some examples. So some positioning prompts. So if you have your problem that you solve or your expertise and who you do it for, these are some prompts to fill this out. So your company helps somebody with the problem you solve. This is a very easy way to create a positioning statement. And what I don't want you guys to do is get too clever. Ben's really good. He's a good wordsmith. He's a good copywriter. For me, like, I'm very direct and straightforward when it comes to my language. The thing is, like, this is mostly meant for you right now.
Yeah.
So that you have this internal compass to know where to target your arrow, right? Like, who am I targeting towards? So even though we don't really do much service work anymore for blind, if we were to reposition today or write a positioning statement, we could go in several directions. Here's one. Blind helps real estate developers with launching brands, not buildings. So we've done a lot of work with real estate developers over the past 3 or 4 years, which has now become one of our niches, one of our specialties.
Yeah. And guys, when we were pursuing client work full time, we were going to reposition blind in this manner, and we were going to start testing some things. And just to make sure that that list of companies, that the market was viable, I did a quick search in LA. Literally just in Southern California, LA County, there are 200 commercial real estate developers. That's huge.
That's huge.
That's huge.
We could have knocked on all their doors.
Yeah, it feels so specific, but again, you get specific, narrow, not small.
Right. And all of these companies are from 100 million to $1 billion in terms of revenue that they have, because they're developing projects. So we know that this is a viable market. So again, your company helps your target audience with a particular problem. Next way, this is your next prompt. So your company is and then you could put your discipline type, like a motion studio, a branding firm that helps your audience with a problem you solve. Because, so those last prompts that I gave you, your beliefs and values or your experience and expertise, this is how you can write a positioning statement that's going to make you very unique, where it's going to identify who you are, what you do, who you serve, and why clients would choose you over anyone else. So now you have a very clear, unique position in the market of other creative service providers.
Right.
So an example of this, if we were to take this and use this for blind again, Blind is a brand strategy design consultancy that helps real estate developers with turning developing projects into distinct stories, distinct brand stories, because buildings should be fully leased and tenants should fall in love. So this is a way for us to get ultra narrow. And if this was on our landing page as copy somewhere, some form of this, then when we knock on the doors and make all those cold calls for the 200 real estate developers just in LA, how do you think they're going to respond to that?
They're going to look at this and say, oh, my people.
My people.
Or not. And that's okay too.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool. And then here, I believe, is the last prompt. So this one, let's assume that your logo is already on the page. This one might sound a little funky at first, but I'll show you the example. So start with your expertise or the problem that you solve. What do you do? What is that big problem that you solve? Who do you do it for? And then who needs that problem? And again, why do they choose you? Or what is your why? And I'll give you an example. This time I'm going to do a positioning statement for the future. The future provides practical, relevant education for the creative professionals who need guidance and a supportive community, because creatives should be paid to do what they love.
Boom.
So that takes the problem we solve for the people we serve it for, and the help that they need, right? The problem that we solve there, and why we do it.
Yep. Because
we believe that creativity is going to be the biggest problem solver in the next few decades of our very challenging future. And our education has been winding those things down, where it's making people into robots rather than creative thinkers. So for us, we want to encourage and empower creatives just like you guys, so that we can together uplift and empower our future rather than bring it down.
Yeah, so these are 3 ways that you can structure a positioning statement based on the lists that we helped you build in the beginning of this section. Even if you do that first one, even if you do that really simple X for Y, it will start you down the right path. The goal here is just to start taking these iterative steps and changing your business one client at a time.
And so we're going to move on to some examples so you can see this. But what I'd like to do, if you guys have written down a positioning statement, even if it's not fully baked yet, go ahead and drop it in the chat, because I'm curious if any of you have arrived to a conclusion where you feel like, oh, I can confidently make this claim or make this statement about my business. Again, you're not committing to it right now. This is just merely a practice and exercise for us to start thinking in this way. Like, how could we narrow down and how can we specialize? Feel free to drop that in the chat while Ben is pulling up a couple of creative individuals and companies so that we can see the examples.
This thing is so small. Uh-oh. There we go.
That's the one, right?
There we go. Oh, no.
You lost it.
Technology.
All right. While Ben's figuring that out, John Crumpton says, Double-Sided is a digital agency creating educational, interactive websites and explainer videos for organizations supporting children and young people with their health and well-being. Wow.
Ooh, that is great.
Oh my gosh.
Good job.
I love that. John, kudos, man. That is so specific. But I know just with our limited experience in the education space, especially for young people, that is a massive market.
Yep.
You know why? Because there's new young people every single day.
Now I know that in speaking with John, we can't take credit for this one, but great job, John.
That's awesome. Okay.
One more?
Yeah. Mark Cernosa says MFC Designs is a creative animation studio specializing in 3D product visualization for entertainment, outdoor, and lifestyle brands. That's awesome, man.
Good job. So when we went in to start building this module, I was thinking, oh, Mark and John, because I had talked with you guys before. I was like, I know they're going to be right there. Now, Mark, I kind of want to challenge you a little bit. I would get that who a little bit more specific. I know it feels like, ugh, but tighten that up just a little bit. Maybe pick one.
Right. And just explore there, because you could build expertise, because if your expertise is 3D visualization, then that's okay. And you can serve multiple markets because now you've specialized in a particular craft.
Yep.
But if you can gear that towards an audience, like let's say some kind of hardware peripherals, like let's say if it's boats and your whole thing is all about serving those types of manufacturers, well, they need tons of visualizations and way to market their products. All right. Chantal Morin says, I help data-driven sport campaigns companies develop their apps and program. Missing her belief. So, sorry if I don't know if this is he or she. I can't see on the video right here. But yeah, that's a data-driven sport companies develop their apps and programs.
Okay, I think that's a good start. I have no personal knowledge of either one of those things, so it's difficult for me to say. But you really want to be specific. The data-driven part feels a little bit jargony to me. So maybe if we can reframe that in more of like a belief or a value that you align yourself to, that could be a stronger positioning. But
right. Like by having the data, what do you do with that? Right. Another common one is data to insights, but get more specific. What does that mean for your particular industry? What do you do with that data?
Man, you guys are rock stars. I'm telling you.
So these are great brand positionings. Or
our work here is done. I'll see you guys later. No.
Let's see, Sean says, Motion Brain Studio that helps EDM artists create concert visuals because we believe that visuals are an important aspect of the immersive live music experience. Woo!
Love that.
I love that.
Good job.
That's great, Sean. And I know there's a massive market for that too.
Yep.
Alex, I'm a brand strategist helping fintech startups communicate their values and beliefs to their audience through engaging visuals. That's pretty good too. I think if you could find like a bigger problem that you solve or a specific problem you solve, I think that could tighten up there. But these are great.
Yeah.
You guys are doing fantastic. I was struggling because I know whenever we do this for our company, for Blind, it's always been a struggle in the past.
You can't see the forest through the trees a lot of times, but you guys are knocking out of the park.
One more here with David. Super Easy is a content creation studio that helps lifestyle and outdoors with communicating a specific message through storytelling and humor, because we believe that story is part of history and that the world is lacking humor.
Okay, so I'm a huge fan of a lot of things that you got going on here. I think that you're still a little bit in love with what you do versus the problem that you're solving for the companies. So if you can take that middle section, communicating a specific and really take a look at it through the client's lens. Why do they want to do that?
Right.
What problem are you solving? I think if you make that one adjustment, it'll be really powerful. So
cool. So you guys can continue to work on that, or you can drop that in the chat.
Mhm.
Also, part of the homework will be to continue to refine this and post this in the Facebook group. So we'll give you the details for that at the end. But what I'd like to do now is just go over the example so you guys can clearly map it if it's still a little foggy for you. So Ben, do you want to drive here?
Yeah. So the first one, MMGY Global, we inspire people to go places. So that's a romantic positioning statement. We're integrated marketing solutions for travel, tourism, and hospitality. Now, this is a massive, massive agency. So obviously their market is pretty big, travel, tourism, and hospitality. But if you think, if you were in that, camp of like, oh, what if the market's too small? Look at this. They're specializing in one specific kind of company, travel, tourism, and hospitality. And they're killing it. So great positioning there. They solve a specific problem, making people go places for a specific company, travel, tourism, and hospitality, by doing integrated marketing.
Oh, that's awesome.
Okay, so that's the big scale. That's the biggest option that we have, I think. Now let's bring it home. This is somebody I met in Portland. She's awesome. She's a photographer for the steamy, eccentric, and adventurous.
Ooh, what
I love
does that mean?
So if we scroll through her site, this is Chelsea Jones. She's not a designer, so please excuse typography. But if you look at her work, it's all a little bit risque, right?
I
so
love
she's appealing to a very specific customer.
Right.
And it's beautiful stuff, right? I would never take my clothes off in front of a photographer. Maybe. I don't know. But it appeals to a specific type of people who are getting married or engaged.
Right, because there's thousands, tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of engagement photographers, right? People who capture intimate situations. But she does this in a very particular way that honestly, I've never seen this offered as a service.
Yep. And she solves a very, very particular problem because my fear, right? Getting undressed in front of a photographer.
Right.
She alleviates that fear. She does it in a way. She also gives that safe space for LGBTQ. Is that the right way to say that?
Everything, yeah.
So she's carving out a niche, and she's fully booked. I mean, you can't get a spot with this chick.
That's awesome.
All right, next up. So I'm going to refresh this and let you guys read it. Welcome to Cargo. We help big brands market to small businesses.
Ooh, I've never heard that as a positioning. That's awesome.
So if you think, obviously, big brands, it's a big, kind of generalist thing to say.
They even answer it. What are big brands to you? What does that mean?
Mercedes.
Gotcha. I love this. They must have had these conversations a million times with people, and they're able to codify it and turn it into messaging here.
Yep.
Oh, this is awesome. So they work with really big companies and they connect them to smaller businesses, right? So it's like a B2B play.
Yep.
It's not even a B2C.
But I love that they kind of patented this. If you can see this right here, it's not B2B, it's B to SB.
Right. Business to small business. Love that.
They're also a pretty big firm out of South Carolina.
Very cool.
All right. So this is LXRD. And this is the Who We Are page. They are the health and happiness agency. And I'll read this for you guys as soon as I minimize this. Okay, so LXRD is a health and happiness advertising agency. We work with brands that help people get healthy and celebrate feeling good. That's it.
That's
focused.
Pretty straightforward.
Yep.
So lots of health and wellness brands fit right under here, huh?
Yep, exactly. All right, here's one of Blind's competitors, Steel Blue. Say hello to Steel Blue. We're a San Francisco-based creative agency that transforms real estate speak into head-turning visual narratives.
We lost jobs to them before.
Yeah, we did.
It's because our website in its current state is not specialized towards this market.
Yep.
So when we go after real estate development jobs, we lose to people like them because they're so specialized.
Yep.
And this is all they do.
Yep, exactly.
And I'm sure just based off of the examples here, they're massive.
They're huge. Yeah. All right, next up, Hoin. We transform places. We work with government to brand places with meaning. Our work is the DNA that transforms places into magnetic destinations. They literally rebrand cities.
Wow. Oh, shoot.
How awesome is that?
And that happens all the time.
All the time. I did a city project.
Yeah?
The city of Dunwoody, yeah.
Wow.
Dunwoody, Georgia. Yep.
That's crazy. That's cool that it can be a specialty.
Mm-hmm.
I would have never thought of this as a place. We transform places.
So good.
Right.
All right, next up, currency marketing. We help your credit union attract, educate, and inspire young adult members.
That is so specific.
So specific.
Because young people, they don't like to save their money or invest or anything like that, right? They want to hold on to this because they're barely making any money right now.
Yep.
So they're solving a very particular problem here. Wow.
It's so specific that it might be a little scary to some of you guys, like, ooh, credit unions. But I dare you, go on LinkedIn and type in credit unions and see how many credit union companies there are listed on LinkedIn. It will blow your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Last one, Scout 22. We are a full-service marketing agency that works exclusively with conscious capitalist brands. What does that say to you?
That means Tom's.
Yeah, Tom's. They get more specific down here. Plant-based vegan products and services.
Okay.
Social impact films and entertainment. Green energy. Social responsible investing. Waste and recycling. Green tech. They get so specific, and it's very much aligned with Roxy.
Right.
Roxy's brand. So Roxy, here's your competitor.
Right. So this is interesting because you can niche down just into a specialty for types of companies where if you look at the industries, they actually serve many industries. So even though they went very narrow on one thing, it's opened up on the other side because actually this touches a lot of different kinds of emerging brands today.
I want to go back to LXRD and I want to show you guys something. I didn't understand this before because I've been using LXRD as a position example for a long, long time. They say they're the health and happiness agency. And then you go to their homepage and right there you see a hamburger. And it's like, that feels kind of weird. And that's new. It's Red Robin. But now that I'm thinking about it, I realize that they're the health and happiness agency. So Red Robin, which is kind of a fast food chain here in the States, they probably came to them because they're looking to be repositioned as something healthier. So it's really interesting once you claim your niche, what you'll attract out there.
Right.
You know?
Right. And even though it sounds like it can be limiting at first, once you gain some traction and make some real transformations for brands like this, people will come seek you out. One example is IDEO. IDEO, they've been around for a long time, over 20 years, I believe. And if you go to their page, you don't really know what they do. It's so broad. Their positioning is very, very broad. One could argue that it's bad. But the thing is, they've had so much traction and momentum of transforming whole industries and companies that they're on an upper echelon. They're on another level where people already know the types of problems they solve across many industries. So after a while, you will grow and you will actually attract other people outside of the particular industry that you have focused on.
Yep. All right, let's get back into the keynote.
John is asking, what do you make of Pentagram's positioning? Well, I think they're just a house of rock stars. That's how you look at Pentagram.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that like you can't claim their portfolio, and that's how they're positioned, right?
Right.
So
I mean, they've just been around for a long time. They have amazing people on the roster. So when you go there, you're not buying Pentagram. You're buying one of the designers there. And that's how. So it works kind of like a director's, like a director roster for a production company. You go for that director, not necessarily for the production company. So that's how they brand it. So each of those people have personal brands. Yeah. There's just one umbrella that hosts them all. Yep. So these are the links. We'll share this in the Facebook group so you guys have it, and we'll add this to the Academy after as well. Yep, exactly. All right, so let's get into the 7 deadly sins of positioning. Based on the stuff that you guys have already submitted, I don't know that this is very applicable, but as you're reviewing this stuff with your partners, this is kind of like the things to watch out for.
So we're just going to jump right in with the first one, and there are 7 deadly sins. The first is being too broad. Here's an example of this. We're a social media agency that works with small businesses. I have news for you guys. There are 30 million small businesses in the United States alone. This is too broad. Here's a better version of that. Let's say that you're a social media company in Georgia that wants to be positioned like this. We help Georgia-grown brands connect with new customers on social media.
I like that.
Specific.
Very specific.
All right, number 2. This is the second sin, forgetting the customer. Here's the bad version. We are a digital firm that specializes in building Magento sites. Very specific, but it has nothing to do with the customer. You forgot them.
Problem it solves that.
Yeah.
What is it doing for me?
Yeah, exactly. And unless you know that you need Magento, yeah, it's not.
You don't even know what that is.
There you go.
I thought it said Magneto. I don't know what that is. All right, so what's a better version?
All right, here's the better version. We build e-commerce sites for fresh cosmetic brands.
All right. Very clear.
Very clear, very specific, and it loops in the customer.
Mm-hmm.
All right, number 3. The third sin is stating the obvious. We're an advertising agency that focuses on ROI for our clients. We get results. Well, I hope so.
I hope that's just a given, right?
Duh, right?
Right.
If it doesn't work, why would anybody? Yeah, so here's a better version of this. We help robotics startups launch wildly successful new products.
Right.
Very
That's
specific,
cool. Mm-hmm.
and we're making a claim, and we're not stating anything obvious.
Mm-hmm.
All right, relying on trends. This one needs a little bit of explanation. Usually the trends that we're talking about are kind of socioeconomic trends or technology, and it boils down to 2 things. Number 1, emerging tech. Right? So you guys can think of the virtual reality agencies that are popping up everywhere.
Or they used to until it flatlined.
Right. So, think about that emerging tech. Also aesthetic vibes or aesthetic styles. Like you can think of John Contino is really hot right now. Bud Light has hired him to do stuff. There's big name brands that are after his kind of like homegrown, raw, rough illustration style.
Yeah.
But they were also after David Carson for a while. And I don't know if anybody's looking for that look and feel anymore.
Right. David Carson was a very inspirational and game changer when it comes to typography and the distress type that he does. He challenged a lot of people. But how has he evolved? Is he still in the conversations today?
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know. Like, are people going after him? The thing is, I don't know. He's not visible to me.
Yeah.
Anymore. So there's tricky things. You can stake a claim on some of these things, but it could be dangerous because you're totally gambling.
Yeah, it's a danger zone. You don't want to stake 100% of your positioning on something that might just fizzle out and go away.
So what's a better version?
So let's say, the bad version is we're a production studio that specializes in virtual reality. So we're literally talking about a VR company.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a better version of that. We help launch blockbuster films with truly immersive storytelling. So we're still implying that, we do VR, but we're not committing to that, right?
It could be any emerging tech now.
Right. And again, we've got the customer in there.
Right.
Number 5, implying you're inexpensive. Oh, don't do this. Please don't do this.
We're cheap, good, and fast. Hire us up line.
Don't say we bring big agency service to small businesses. It screams like we're affordable. Don't do that. Here's a better way to do this. We launch fast-growing food and beverage franchises. Now, this is saying that we still want to work with a small business. Like maybe it's a restaurant that is thinking about franchising or opening up a second location. So we're looking at small businesses, but we're also looking at businesses that have an aggressive scale, right? We're looking to grow very fast, and that's something that you can tap into. So that's a better version of this. All right, number 6. This is a deadly one. Not being courageous. You have to take a stand. Here's the bad version. We're a design firm that does good work for great clients.
Huh?
What are you saying here? Here's a better version. Hell-bent on crafting the best ad campaigns for conservative candidates and causes.
So you are being very polarizing.
Very polarizing. Now, this is actually, I know these guys, and they're booked solid. I actually worked across the hall from him, pool house. But this, it takes a position on something, right? You're being polarizing and you're being courageous. So strive for that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Number 7. Now, this is the last deadly sin because being too specific is hard to do. Literally, when I was trying to develop a bad example for this, I could not find one. And so finally I was like, okay, let me do this. We designed Facebook headers for underwater basket weavers. I was like, there's no way that's going to be too small. So
is that a thing, man? That is ridiculous.
There are people that do this.
That is crazy. That is ridiculous.
Isn't that ridiculous? Like, there are people out there that are underwater basket weavers. It's very, very hard to be too specific, but it's possible, right? Marketing to underwater basket weavers, there's probably like 4 people that made some YouTube videos back in the past.
Right.
But what if we reframe that same thing and say, we help basket manufacturers launch direct-to-consumer e-commerce stores.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how many basket manufacturers are there? Do you think that's a viable market? And I was like, maybe not. Let me do some research. So I went on one website and looked it up, and there are over 3,100 manufacturers listed on this one website alone. Jeez. That's over 3,000 manufacturers of baskets.
Jeez.
Again, it's very hard to commit that deadly sin of being too specific.
Right. And I want to say too, like, Ben and I, we have also sinned. We've committed many of these sins. We're not saints when it comes to these things. And even our current positioning for blind right now, because it's been largely ignored for the past year or so.
2 years, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely, it needs a touch up if we were to go down that route. So I know there's some questions there.
So being too broad, forgetting the customer, stating the obvious, relying on trends, sending hidden messages, or claiming that you're cheap,
right?
Not being courageous, or getting too specific. So keep your eye out for that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we'll handle your questions here in a minute. We're almost done. We can wrap this up pretty quick. Let's talk about testing your positioning. So I'm sure that tons of questions are coming in about, okay, well, how do I know, right? And it's really, really easy to test this positioning. And I have one kind of litmus that breaks down into 2 questions. And the first is, would your positioning statement turn some clients away? You can't be for everyone, right? So if you're thinking about like, oh yeah, I want to work with clients that make a world a better place. Well, cigarette companies in the 50s wanted to make the world a better place. They had doctors recommending things. So this is a great way to test it. Would this turn some kinds of clients away? Mm-hmm. And when you think about turning clients away, you should get a little nervous. Now, this comes straight from Blair Enns. Are you nervous? Are you scared about the change? Because if you're not scared, if the hairs on your neck aren't a little bit, raised, then it's not good enough. You got to be a little bit more courageous. Mm-hmm. So that's it. It's 2 questions.
2 questions. So that's how you could test and challenge yourself, because the more you could challenge yourself, the more you're going to refine it and get some gold or some diamonds at the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now let's just talk about the homework, and then we'll queue you guys up for questions. So homework, all I want you guys to do is take the prompts that we provided and finish your positioning statement.
Yeah.
Go ahead and drop that in the Facebook group. What I'll do is I'll start a thread where each of you guys can pitch your idea. You can edit it. And then I'd like you all to give feedback on each other. So you might see it and be like, you know what? I don't understand what you do.
Mm-hmm.
So it should be very repeatable, where it's a repeatable story for other people. So spend the time this weekend and this week to craft your positioning statement and drop that in there.
Mm-hmm.
And the second part is, once you have defined a niche that you're going to target, list 100 companies that fit your positioning.
Yep.
As you saw with Ben, we just found 3,100 basket manufacturers. So it's not going to be hard to find that list of companies. And we just want to get exhaustive with this and start you guys building a list, because this will lead into what we're going to do next week. And the extra credit on all of this is, as you're doing the research, you should be starting to see some patterns.
Yeah.
So where they are located, some of the challenges they might be facing, or how they talk about themselves. So pay attention to those things as you're looking up these companies. Don't just add them to a database. But I know this is a ton of work to do in a week.
In 2 weeks, yeah.
In 2 weeks.
Business boot camp starts.
That's right.
And you guys, as you're building your list, as you're putting together those 100 companies, if you find yourself getting stuck at number 20 or number 30, take a look at that positioning statement again, because you might be still too broad. Only with specificity comes depth.
Mm-hmm. Cool. All
right.
right.
Q&A?
Q&A.
Okay. Let's see if I can navigate this tiny mouse.
So let's stop sharing. Let's go full screen. People are dropping in questions, which are great. And I wanted to actually bring this up because I know today our big thing was how to get new business. And today we mostly focused on what? On positioning. And we wanted to start with this before anything else, because if you don't know who you're targeting, there's no reason to even pick up the phone and make a call.
Mm-hmm.
Next week, what we plan to do, this is bonus for you guys again. We were planning to do it all today, but we felt like this material is so dense and meaty that we wanted to separate it. So we'll pick a time next week, and we're going to give you more tactical things. Once you guys figure out who you're targeting, we're going to give you some tactical things for how to make these calls, how to email them, how to approach them, how to DM them, and how to communicate with these people so you're starting to make connections. But you can't do that until you know who you're talking to and who you're targeting. So spend the time this week, hone down and niche down so that we can get very specific and a little bit more tactical next week. Yeah, everybody's saying, amazing, rad, thanks. Yes, I know. Yeah, can you imagine if we spent this whole time trying to jam this plus an additional hour's worth of information on here? I think it would hurt all of our brains.
Oh my God, I have to mirror the screen. Sorry, guys.
It's all good. So let's see. Let me pull up some of the questions. Ash had a good question. What stopped Blind from specializing in real estate if you lost to your competition?
Oh, okay. So we did specialize in real estate. That's one of those things.
Stop share.
Yeah, stop share. There we go.
Cool. Yeah, we basically what's happened is you guys are here because of the future, I'm assuming. So Chris has been building the second company, this content education platform, for the past 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And mostly it's been bootstrapped and paid for by all the financing of Blind. So we've got all these amazing clients, and all that money is going right back into investing to the second company.
Right.
2019, this is our first year where we have said no to all client work.
Yeah, we have a lot of leads coming in, and we distribute them to boot campers and the pro group, even $100,000, $200,000 jobs. And we're focused on this.
Yeah.
But I will say, when we were in the arena, 2017 was the beginning of the kind of scaled down of Blind.
Mm-hmm.
At that kind of high point, I was handling most of the new business, and we had material and presentations and things that claimed that specialty. So we never changed the website because we were still testing things out. But we even went so far as to put together kind of like a retail, like a commercial real estate approach or a package, if you will. So the answer is that we did, but we were still in the testing phases before we actually launched everything publicly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if we were to rebrand today, we've been talking about strategies because Blind has been around for 23 years. We're kind of like in that IDEO space where we've been known for many things. For the first 18 years, it was for our motion design and animation, but we've pivoted the past 5 or 6 years, and we tried 2 different approaches, like video for small business, and then eventually we got into brand strategy after Jose had joined us a couple of years ago. Now, with the maturity and perspective that we have, if we were to reposition Blind again, we would actually create subdomains. So I know I do a lot of work in video games for Xbox and PlayStations and stuff like that into the entertainment space. So we could make a subdomain that says games.blind.com, and we could make a whole landing page and only show the case studies relevant to that. If we were to address the real estate clients, we would just make realestate.blind.com or figure out a nice URL for that so that only things that are relevant in terms of messaging, copywriting, and case studies would be relevant to those developers. So they have something specific. And we would still keep our main site up. And the reason why we would do this is so when we have calls, when we're doing either cold calls or lead gen, we can point them to the specific subdomains and it will look like we specialize in that thing because we have enough work to do that.
And this is not a permanent thing, guys. This is to test the positioning to make sure that it's viable.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like we're asking you to just completely revolutionize everything. You should test things. You should call these clients and say, hey, look, I'm thinking about re-specializing in your industry. Do you have 5 minutes just to chat about the things that you're going through and struggling with and stuff like that? And actually do that research, because you want to make sure that the market's going to be viable.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of you can look back in your portfolio and see a pattern, right? I know Mark's got crazy, awesome outdoor, like active experience in his portfolio, and there's a market there. He knows this. And so it would be easy for him to kind of claim that specialty right off the bat.
Right.
So
I want to bring on Mark, if you can unmute yourself, and then you could ask your question. And then after, I would like David and or Eric Elliott to jump on, because they have a great question too.
Whenever Matthew says great question, it's always like one of those flooring questions, like, I can't answer it.
Well, I'm going to toss it to you because it's a big one.
Hey, thanks. First of all, I appreciate you guys doing this session. Even this initial sessions helped me think of the whole positioning and how I want to kind of move forward. So, I mean, first and foremost, I do a lot of motion graphics and animation, but now specifically going into 3D animation, and then farther into that, product visualization. And then if I go even farther into like just that, into a specific industry, am I going too narrow? You know, is that a too narrow of a positioning, or should it just be kind of, 3D product visualization?
So remember, we want to fall in love with our customer and not our business, right? So let me ask you, in the past, can you share like one client that you've done work for?
Yeah, Smith Optics.
Okay, perfect. So Smith Optics is one client in one industry. Now, how many new products does Smith Optics release in 1 year?
Yeah, quite a few. So like, they do bike stuff, snowboard stuff, ski stuff, fishing stuff, and that's, one client. So
how many of these companies do you think there are in outdoor?
Quite a few.
Right.
Thousands, right?
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
Could you handle every single product viz from 20 of these companies if they all had the same release cadence as Smith? Could you do that?
No.
So what do you think? Is the market viable?
Yeah, pretty much. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I think the market is viable, and like there's stuff to explore there. But at the same time, product visualization, like if you have that expertise in rendering hard surfaces and you understand all those things, I don't think that would exclude you if you choose to double down on a particular avenue.
And remember, guys, positioning is public. It's not something that like prohibits you from doing the jobs, because your contact over at Smith is probably going to refer you someday to like a speaker company, and they're going to be like, hey, I love the work you guys do. I know you said outdoor ages. Can you work with us? And it's like, sure, why not?
Right.
We'll do that. Even if it doesn't fit that industry, you can still take on the work. My caution is like, just make sure that the portfolio or whatever you're presenting to people is applicable.
Would it be like, when it comes down to like the actual verbiage of stuff, rather than saying like maybe outdoor, maybe would like lifestyle be a better, like a better kind of...
You know what I would do is like, I don't have the answer, but Google does. So if you search that, like outdoor lifestyle, and you just think of the keywords that how you might frame yourself, just look what pops up on the top page of Google search, and then figure out like, do I want these things to be my neighbors? Do I want to play in that space? Because what we did, the reason why Blind has such a weird, funky, kind of dumb name, brand strategy, design consultancy, is because we knew we had rich SEO on our website, and we were mostly known for motion design. So if you type in motion design a few years ago, we would have popped up on the top 10. And it's like, well, we don't want this to be our neighbors anymore. We want to compete with IDEO, with Frog, with all of these big brand strategy firms. So we were just looking at the key phrases: branding, strategy, consulting, design. So that's why we jammed those together for some stupid name for our page title. And now we pop up, and those are all of our neighbors. So we get known for that thing.
Also, another tip, go to LinkedIn. Go to LinkedIn, look up Smith Optics, and see what category LinkedIn put on them. So, it's going to be, it could be as broad as consumer goods. It could be like outdoor adventure, lifestyle, whatever. I wouldn't reinvent the wheel when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Cool. Sweet. Well, thanks again. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. All right. So if David and or Eric, if you guys want to unmute yourself and ask your question.
Yeah, sure. So I was thinking about what do you guys think about faking it until we make it, meaning that our homepage says what we're aiming, but we're still doing work that doesn't align with our goals, but actually pays the bill. And actually, Eric also rephrased it very well and says, what if I choose to focus on an industry and do not really have much experience in that?
Right.
So what are you worried about? What's the worst that could happen if you faked it?
Nothing. It's just no. It's just am I losing time doing the work that pays the bill, and should I actually focus 100% of the time on actually finding new leads and maybe having less money?
I get it. So Blair ends
focusing more on that, or in the beginning worrying about the bills and then doing half.
I totally get it. Sorry, you broke up there at the end, but I think I understand the question. You're asking, it's like, I'm on board and I want to do this, but I also have work that pays the bills and I have to spend time on that work. And should I, completely abandon that work and choose to work on something else, or choose to work on my positioning?
Right.
Is that what you're asking?
Well, it's just like he has so much time. He has so much time to invest on something. Like, how long is he going to do the bill paying work before he gets to the actual work that he wants to focus on?
Right.
And the thing is, we've done that for a very long time. I think there's going to be a friction area wherever you're making a transition. You expect to do more work. Expect more time and energy to go into that. So it was the same thing that happened to us. Before we were known as a brand strategy design consultancy, Chris just started doing that at lower rates so that he can gain the expertise. So we already made the claim that we do this. And then he did work with Ollie's and Trojan storage, which is both on our website. You could look there. So he already made the claim that we do that. And he just kind of worked his way through it. Luckily, they were low risk clients, meaning there wasn't a whole lot of money behind that, but that was just his way of going through the trial and error, understanding what works, what doesn't work, and then learning something from that, and then moving up, and then pitching that to the next client. Oh, we're a brand strategy design consultancy, and he kept doing that and doing that.
Right.
Another example too is the future. We're building the second company, and for the past 3 to 5 years, we've been working 2 jobs, meaning we're making the client stuff work, and we're trying to use whatever free time we have to make the future work.
We get a lot of hate mail about the future website because it sucks, and it does. But I literally built that between 9 p.m. and 1 a.m.
Right. So it's like those things. It's like you have, if you're going through transition, if you're looking for a big change, expect to do more work. It's not easy. At the same time, I want to say that only at some point last year in 2018, where we decided, let's stop doing client work, because we thought for the longest time that was our safety net. And really it wasn't. The moment we decided, it was holding us back. The moment we decided, let's go all in on the future and let's just say no to all new client work, we had a huge spike in revenue, and the output of the team and everything we had done all of a sudden was very apparent.
Blair Enns calls this prostitution. Everybody prostitutes themselves. We all do work just for the money sometimes.
Right.
The key is to not make prostitution your career. Freaking love that. And I think that if we can embrace that, another thing he says is we change one client at a time. So I think that the key for you guys who are busy with current client work that's paying the bills is, as these new leads come in, you're going to be raising your prices. And we're going to teach you how to do that in the boot camp, right? We're going to teach you how to raise your prices. At the same time, you're also going to be striving to gain the experience in your new positioning. So you're raising the prices, so you're going to do less and less of that work. That's, the prostitution work. But then you're also going to be doing more and more of the work that actually matters in support of the new positioning. So there's a couple of exercises that Blair has about like keeping score of each lead that comes in, if it applies to the positioning and supports the new expertise. And you can start doing that too, but I would just start paying attention to how you can, adjust those two levers, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you have a follow-up on that, or does anybody have a follow-up on that thing specifically? No? Okay.
Good.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
So then Ash is going to come on, and I see that there's a pretty big question in there. And if you spent any time with Chris at all, you know that he's a master at forming questions, and he also gets very annoyed when questions aren't asked well. So what we're going to teach you actually throughout the boot camp, I know where this is kind of like pre-launch, but we're going to teach you guys how to communicate better. And when you guys are asking questions, there's a tendency to give the context first and then question after, as if the person on the other side needs to hear all that stuff. So when you guys are asking questions, this is just a kind of like an advanced tip. Ask the question first, and then if needed, give the context. Mm-hmm. Because what happens is if you ask the question first, then I'm looking for the problem to solve, and I could actively listen to the story and the context you're giving me after. And then I can connect the dots and then give you something meaningful in return. Versus if you don't frame it with the question, I'm going to hear the story and I won't know what to listen for. And by the time you ask the question, I will have forgotten everything that you have just told me. Mm-hmm. So when you guys come on, I just want to challenge you guys to do that. Ask the question first, and then give us context as needed. So Ash, if you want to come on. Sorry, I don't know if that was a lot of pressure to just put on your plate.
No pressure, dude.
No pressure. Just become a master at conversation. No big deal. But I wanted to give you guys that tip, because the sooner you learn that, the sooner you learn how to ask questions, like the more powerful you become, and the answers will just reveal themselves. Ash, you want to come on?
He's like, not after that.
Not after that. He's like, fudge, man, what are you guys doing?
Think about this for a minute.
Ash, if you don't come on, I can move on to the next question. Can you unmute yourself? Should be in the bottom left corner. And there should be a microphone there. If you just click that and unmute. Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I've got to go for dinner.
Oh.
After that. No, I'm just...
Okay. It's like, bye. I just the dust cloud.
Okay, yeah, I think I've summarized that in 2 lines. What if I specialize? I fear that I might annoy my current client. So if I specialize in that specific industry, I might annoy my current client because I might be working with their competitors.
That makes total sense. Mm-hmm. So if your current client is worried about sharing you, is the concern there.
Exactly.
Do you have exclusivity in your contract?
I don't, but I've been working with them for a long time. They're a very important client to me. I work with a number of offices globally, and the question has been asked by the VP of marketing, saying, are you working with any of these companies, X, Y, and Z? And at the time I wasn't. And it kind of scared me a little bit, thinking I shouldn't go for them because that's my bread and butter. I
want to tell a story. Blind's first real estate company that we worked with asked the very same question. Are you working with anybody else? Now, Chris told me the story, and I'm sure he can tell it far more eloquently. But he said, no, currently we're not, but we plan to. Does that bother you? And obviously they said, yeah, we don't want to give anything away. He said, okay, great. We can make this relationship exclusive. And here is what that costs. And gave them an astronomical number.
Right.
And they said, no, it's okay. You can work with other people.
Right. So that's one way to do it.
That's one way.
The other way too, I understand. I've been in these client relationships too, where I've worked with people for several years and they've given us millions of dollars worth of work. Mm-hmm. If another opportunity pops up and it sounds a little fishy, I respectfully ask them first. It's like, look, for me to run our business profitably, I need to be doing projects year round so I can service companies just like you, right? Because I want to do my best work for you. But because we don't work together year round, occasionally I have to take on other jobs. One of these jobs is with this company.
Mm-hmm.
Is it okay if I work with him? I wanted to run it by you first because I respect the relationship and I don't want to rock the boat.
Yeah.
Yep.
So give them the permission to say no. And then if they say no, then you might appeal and empathize.
What do you have for me then?
Right. It's like,
the thing is, you have just made me think about something else, and I'm not the only creative supplier that they have, so it's kind of role reversal. You know, it's asking, do you work with other suppliers? But I don't want to be seen as bribing them or blackmailing them. Anyway.
Sure.
Right.
So I suppose what you said, Matthew, there is, out of respect, ask them, find out, and dig deeper. And I think that's what you were saying with the real estate example as well.
Yeah, you just want to empathize with their human side, because it's not like they just serve one client. You know, they probably work with tons and tons of customers.
Yeah,
it's like asking them to go exclusive somewhere. So it's the
Right.
same thing. You want to test their logic, and you want to make sure that there's symmetry to their logic.
Yeah.
And usually once you empathize with somebody or have them empathize with you, just by asking a few questions and being quite respectful to them, then usually they'll back down and they'll be fine.
Right. And here's the third way. You can analyze that positioning statement one more time. We showed you guys a lot of different ways to slice this thing. And so maybe picking something in that specific industry isn't the right call. Maybe it's solving a specific problem for a broader agency. You know, like you can be specific without choosing an industry, if that makes sense. But it's a little bit more challenging to do. But in your specific case, because I kind of have some context on, you know, your situation, that might be the better play. Mark, that's not for you.
Cool.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Yeah, you're welcome, Ash. Then I think we have room for one more. So Eric's going to come on and he has a question. It was a follow-up to David, I believe. Eric, are you there? You can unmute.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Very good.
Awesome.
So yeah, it was kind of a follow-up to what David asked, you know, earlier when we were talking about, you know, getting more specific, focusing, what type of industries or clients do you want to work with? You know, I've always had a lot of interest in working with clients in the music industry, as well as like food and beverage. I've done a little bit with food and beverage, but not really too much in the music industry, mostly just because for so long I was just taking on, you know, any work I could, paying the bills, and, you know, just for whatever reason kind of drifted away from that. So if I was going to refocus my positioning and try to get into clients in that industry, I guess the question is, at what point do I reposition myself? Like if I don't have experience with clients in that industry yet, or do I need to somehow get some experience with that before I could like publicly reposition and rebrand myself?
Great question. So the question is, when do I pull a trigger?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So there's a couple of different ways that you can do this. And you're going to be drawn to one of them. The first, which is my preference, is just to do it, like literally right now. Stake the claim the expertise, and then go after it, because otherwise I find that you're kind of wasting time, right? The second version is to do research beforehand, call people, interview them. And you do this when you don't have a good understanding of the actual problems that they're facing, because you could craft the best positioning statement in the world and it just doesn't hit home because you don't really actually understand them. So if you're in that position, then that's a good way to do it. You know, you do some research, and then you kind of, then once you understand things, you make the switch. The other is, you do it when you land the client. So the first or second client that you are able to bring on that fits the positioning, boom, now you've got the creds and you can flip the switch.
Right.
So it kind of like starts out really courageous and then becomes less bold. And it also kind of has to do with your pipeline. If you've got 0 leads, if you got nothing that you're working on right now, flip the switch and go for it.
Right.
But if you've got a lot of leads and you've got, you know, some prostitution to do, you know, maybe the latter two are better.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Because I mean, I definitely have steady work. And, like one of the issues I've been struggling with is I have clients across all sorts of different industries. And sometimes I'm doing brand identity work, a lot of times designing websites. So this is definitely all a challenge. I know it's a good challenge for me. But that question about like, who are your ideal clients? There's some that might be in industries I've worked with, but the truth is a lot of them are in industries I don't. And I haven't really ever made a big effort to try to get into those industries because I've been busy and I've been complacent with that. But I've realized, I think, to really be successful and grow, like you got to be passionate about what you're doing. And I've found that too much of the work I'm doing lately is things that I'm just not that interested in. It pays the bills and it's great, but I want to sort of bring those things together more.
Right. Yep. And that's why I think spending some time reflecting on your beliefs and values, even though that seems a little woo, like if you jot that list down, it will help you make sense of your list and who you're going to target. Because for me, like the past couple of years, I've just been working with video game clients, and I love that. I love that because that's like I'm so passionate about that, and so it's really easy for me to get lost in the work and then make great work as a result of it, and everybody's happy. So the more and more you can be yourself, even in the context of your business, the better off you're going to be, the happier you're going to be, and the more happy you are to show up every single day and be like, what are we doing today? I can't wait till Monday. Yep.
Definitely. Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Cool. Absolutely. I think that's about it, right?
I think that's it. Yeah. So guys, what I will do is we're going to stop this recording. This will go up on Teachable, and we'll notify you on Facebook either sometime this weekend or early next week. What I'll do is I'll start a thread on Facebook. So hopefully all of our communication can congregate there. I'll make an announcement, say post your positioning statement there, and everybody comment and give a critique on somebody else. And then we'll post the links in there. And also, we would love your feedback. So I'll start another post, like how was today's call? Let us know. Give us questions for things that you felt were effective, or things where we need to work on, or things that you still had further questions on that wasn't clear to you.
Yep.
And just as a reminder, next week we're going to add another bonus module for you. Is like, now let's get into the tactics. What are short-term tactics? What are long-term tactics? And then how do you make the ask? How do you call people and connect with people? So that's going to be our big thing next week.
Yep. So this would be a great time to partner up with somebody. Find those accountability partners, because when a business bootcamp officially starts, guys, you're going to want to at least kind of know who you're going to talk to, because the rehearsals they're intense.
Yeah.
And this is a great way to, if you're stuck, somebody can take a look at your portfolio and it's like, oh, you like working with real estate, or, oh, you like video games.
Right.
And having that outside perspective on your positioning can be really, really valuable. And partners, make sure that you're calling bullshit on each other.
Right. Don't let it slide. Don't be polite. Be direct.
Trap them in the box, because a lot of times when we get to crafting the public statement or the, that full positioning statement, we kind of lose ourselves in the romance of the words, and that's not what we want to do. Okay, guys. Well, thanks for joining. I hope you got value out of this, and we'll see you next time.
All right. We'll see you guys. Bye-bye.
Again, this is all raw material. We are literally writing this live. So excuse any bumps, bruises, or detours along the way. And honestly, thank you for participating in this, because it helps us test the material and hone it for future classes. So thank you. So before we get into this, I just want you guys to remember, without the right positioning, generating leads will be difficult at best. And that goes back to the conversation that we were just having. It's like, is the positioning perfect? If not, generating leads is going to be tough. It's going to be tough. So let's dig in. Obviously, this is how to find new clients, but this is actually round 2, generating great leads. I love the fact that we had a good lead into this. It's so perfect. Word of advice, though. Word of advice. Take what you need. We're going to get tactical here. We're going to try and sprinkle in as many stories as we can, but we're going to give you some tactics to take away and try. And so I don't want you guys to be drinking from the fire hose. So, listen to what we have to say, take what you need, ask clarifying questions, and then, apply what fits. So let's take a look at what we're going to cover today. Number 1, intro to lead gen. We're going to cover how the numbers don't lie, We'll also talk about the basics, like kind of the prereqs, what you need to start generating leads. Then we're going to start, cover building relationships, the basics on that. And then what everybody's after, those outbound tactics. Obviously, we're not going to do Q&A twice. Well, I guess we could. But we also have some homework for you guys and some next steps. So like I said, it's a lot. So let's dig in. Intro to lead generation. What is lead generation? Honestly, it's a marketing process that identifies and attracts potential buyers. And guys, when we're thinking about this, the difference between lead gen and marketing is that identifying factor. We want to be able to put a name and an email address and identify who these people are. That's the main difference. Now, some people call this prospecting. I'm not a huge fan of the word prospecting, but the terminology really is flexible around this because there's no one true business definition. But here's the bottom line. You need to find and nurture new opportunities. We have to do this to stay in business. But the thing is that to a stranded ship, every gust of wind looks like an opportunity. So how do we know which ones to pursue and how many? And that gets down to that classic debate. What's better, quantity or quality? And really the answer with lead generation is both. But the thing is that the positioning is really going to determine the level of quality that you're bringing in. So today I want to focus on quantity. So numbers don't lie. By the end of this module, you guys are going to be math wizards, data scientists. No, just kidding. But we do need to start measuring what we do and kind of keeping track of things. Peter Drucker said this: what is measured improves. And I think that is fantastic. And we have to start measuring the activities that we do around lead gen and sales. And I'm going to tell you why that's important. So last time we got together, we asked you guys, how many leads did you get last week? And we kind of averaged up the answers, and the average answer was 4. So 4 leads per week.
Actually, I think that was on the high end.
It was a little bit on the high end. We're giving a little bit. There were a lot of zeros, a lot of ones in there too. But let's say the average answer was 4. And if we extrapolate that out, our leads per month is 16. So the question, is this enough? Is this enough leads to pull in enough new clients to support your business?
Sounds like a lot. 16
sounds
like
right?
A lot of
16
leads.
Opportunities. But remember that analogy. To a stranded ship, every gust of wind looks like an opportunity. But there's an easy way to figure out how many leads we need to bring in to get the clients that we need. It's this formula. First, we take the number of qualified leads that we have. We multiply that by our close rate. And then that's how many new clients we'll gain.
Makes perfect sense.
So let's break this down even further, just in case anybody's lost. Qualified leads. What does that mean? Well, a qualified lead is somebody that can afford us, somebody that has a problem that we can actually solve, and somebody that fits our target market. These are all questions that go into qualifying a lead. And we've seen, like with Blind, our lead qualification rate, it's about 10%.
Wow.
That means 1 in 10 leads that we generate is a good fit. And I have to be honest, a lot of it is budgetary. Not many people can afford what we do, and that's okay. So if we keep that kind of rate in mind and apply it to the number of leads that we're bringing in per month, 10% of 16 is 1.6. So that means we only have 1.6 qualified leads per month.
Interesting.
Blind's only bringing in 16 leads per month. So
that's continue to. That doesn't sound like a lot.
That's literally almost 2 at-bats per month.
Okay.
So let's take a look at the close rate. Close rate is basically the number of jobs that you won divided by the sent proposals, your number of sent proposals. So the easy way to calculate this is take a look at last year, add up all of the proposals that you sent out to all of your different opportunities, and then make sure that you're dividing the jobs won, how many new clients you onboarded, by that number. So that's your close rate. Now, let's just say industry averages, you won 5 jobs last year. and you sent 25 proposals.
Mm-hmm.
That's a close rate of 20%. That means you're winning 20% of the jobs that you kind of go for.
Mm-hmm.
Industry average for us in terms of advertising and marketing and creative services is actually lower than that. According to HubSpot, it's only 11%.
That is terrible.
It's terrible. But let's say you guys are awesome and you're closing 20%. Now, not to brag, but Blind in 2017, our close rate was 54%.
So a little more than half.
A little more than half.
My personal close rate was a little bit higher than that. I just want to let Ben know. I brought the average up.
So we're going to teach you guys how to do this. But let's go ahead and apply all the math to the formula. So we have 1.6 qualified leads and a close rate of 20%. That means you're getting 0.32 new clients per month.
Oh, what does that translate to?
It translates to one client every 3 months.
Now that sounds very desolate. That sounds very sparse.
Yeah.
My gosh.
So
okay.
The whole point, you know, I'm sure that you guys are brain hurting a little. It's a lot of math, especially for creative people. But the whole point is that we need to increase the quality. There's a different way to look at this. I'm sure you guys have seen this before. It's the marketing funnel. And let's just walk through this. All this terminology is kind of in flex. Depends on where you go. They put different labels on each of these sections. But this is the way that I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
First, you've got your target market,
which we identified in the niche.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Then as soon as they get exposed to something that you put out there, marketing, website, something like that, now they're aware that you exist. So and they're in that top of the funnel. They're aware that you are a company. Then there's an inquiry, and now all of a sudden they are a lead. And not every lead is good. Mm-hmm. So we want to qualify them. And as soon as they go through the qualification, now they're a qualified lead. And then hopefully all the way down at the bottom, we convert them, we close them, and they become our clients.
That's the 0.36.
That's the 0.32, right?
It's like a little droplet.
Yeah, I've always had a problem with this shape too.
Right.
Because this shape, I mean, if it were really like this, it looks like we would lose maybe 10 to 20% at each step.
Right.
When really it actually kind of looks like this.
Right.
Where you have the number of people who are aware that you exist, and then it kind of funnels down really quickly. So, you know, it's less of a funnel and more of like a marketing thumbtack. But the rest of the business bootcamp, we're gonna cover how to diagnose people. We're gonna cover taking someone from a lead and turning them into a client really, really beautifully. The diagnosing is in there for qualification. That's what we're gonna cover in the rest of the class. Today, it's all about exposure. It's all about awareness. Mm-hmm. So hopefully you guys can get on board with that.
Mm-hmm.
So I know there's a lot. Do we need to pause for any kind of clarification?
Some people we went fast a little bit through the formula.
Okay.
So that's either rewatchable or we could go back to that slide. But really the only clarifying question that Brandon had is, what was the third bullet for qualified lead? He said, can afford, can we help, and was it a good fit for our values and beliefs? Or
right. Does it fit the positioning? Marketing? Do we want to work with them? That's kind of like the X factor there.
Right. And I would just suggest moving forward, Ben, I know you're flowing, slow down a little bit on some of these slides because I just want to make sure people are getting this. And obviously we're going to provide this to you guys as a recording after the fact. So don't feel stressed out if you miss something. Yeah. And we could bring it up in the Q&A.
Like I said, it's a lot.
Woo. All right.
So moving forward, let's go over the basics. So these are things that are kind of prerequisites before you start going out and hunting. You want to make sure that your bases are covered. And I'm going to give you this list and we'll go deep into each one. First, exist online. Make sure you're befriending Google. Make sure that you're presenting credibility, be credible. Next, rehearse clarity. And then we're also going to want to broadcast what we do to our people. Have breadcrumbs, and finally, make hit lists. So let's just take a look at each one of these things. So the first, make sure that you have a presence online. And this is really tailored to your target market and the things that you do. But at the very minimum, make sure that you have a website. Make sure that you have a Facebook page. Make sure that you have a LinkedIn page. These are standard things that every business should have. Mm-hmm. Then, depending on what you make, you're going to want to appear on the social media of that kind of craft. Right. So if you're a photographer, make sure you have an Instagram account.
Mm-hmm.
If you are, a video guy, make sure that you're on YouTube or Vimeo.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a designer, Dribbble, Behance.
Right.
Just going to make sure if somebody searches you or if somebody finds you online, that you actually exist.
Right. And you don't have to be everywhere, like Ben is saying. Just be on the platforms that are appropriate to your niche and craft.
Right. Okay, next up, make Google work for you. So the biggest thing here is just to create a My Business listing on Google. And I can tell you guys from experience, we get a lot of leads at Blind, and I got a lot of leads when I was running my own shop, simply from people typing in design agency or branding agency who are close to us. Because if you're local, Google's going to prioritize your listing above everybody else's.
Oh, that's awesome.
And the only way that you can control that is just by getting a business profile.
Mm-hmm.
This is totally free, by the way. You can do this absolutely free. So make sure that you claim that for your business, and obviously make sure that you're adhering to basic SEO principles for your website.
Mm-hmm.
Just make Google work for you. All right. So this is something that's going to get you to stand out from the crowd, stand out from the freelancers of the world and the kind of low-priced service providers. But you're going to want to appear credible, even if you don't feel it. And I remember in the early days, I didn't really feel credible because it was just me in my garage. And I felt weird about moving away from a gmail.com email address and getting a domain name. But that's one thing that you can do to appear credible to your audience.
So you just have a domain-specific email.
Yep.
Not
exactly.
a Gmail.
Yep.
Not a Yahoo, not a
global. Hotmail.
Hotmail now.
xfactor@hotmail.com.
Gotcha.
Yeah. All right. Another tip. Make sure that you're rehearsing your positioning statement. And really, that's just telling people and making sure that you're saying the words of what you do. And the key here is stop telling people that, you're a designer. You're going to want to practice your positioning statement so that when somebody asks, hey, what do? You're able to say, oh, I help X do Y, to be specific.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a reason behind that, because if you tell somebody that you're a designer, it's kind of a dead end road. They're going to think about you designing, about you using computers, or wondering what you make. But if you tell somebody specifically what you do for who, now they're making connections. It's like, oh yeah, I know somebody that was interested in blockchain the other day. Let me go ahead and, you know what? I can connect you with him.
Right. It's a repeatable story.
It's a repeatable story.
If you just say you're a designer, the other person doesn't know how to connect the dots.
Right.
But if you have something ultra tight, like we mentioned last week, it's a repeatable story. It's like,
Exactly.
oh, I know Ben. He's a designer that helps stand up websites for startups in blockchain technology.
Yep.
Boom. Like
Exactly.
I know two people to connect you to.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then the next step is to make sure that you're telling your people what you do often. So this is really your friends, your family, your current network. Make sure that you're broadcasting your wins to them, because they're going to be the connectors for you. But they're only going to remember if you broadcast it. Make sure that you're telling them, share those wins. All right. This is a big one. Having breadcrumbs. Now, breadcrumbs are basically next step. So these are things like business cards, or linking to your website in your email signature, or making sure that you're providing a next step on your website, like say at the bottom of a case study, making sure that you're linking to the next case study, or linking to your contact form. You're going to want to give that customer a next step. So make sure that it's a philosophy that you can bring to anytime you're doing business. Making sure that you have breadcrumbs for customers to follow is really important. All right, and the last one. Now, we started this last time. Build and maintain target hit lists. So obviously it's a difficult thing to do because you have to do a lot of digging. But let's get specific here. So here's some hit list ideas. You guys are already working on this, right? The dream clients, the top 30 companies in your target audience. And we asked you for 100. And I'm glad that some of you guys are kind of struggling with that because it's a stretch. So putting together a list of your dream clients, that way, it's always top of mind. You're always kind of eyeballing the people who you meet for that opportunity to connect with the dream client. We also talked about supply chain, companies that support or manufacture or supply your target market. It's a big one. There's also the underdogs in your space. And these are like smaller growing companies. I would go for 200 here. And the easiest way to do this is to go shopping. So what I did, I really wanted to focus in like tactical gear or outdoor kind of apparel. So what I did was I pulled open a catalog and I found a whole bunch of brands that had maybe 1 or 2 products in the catalog. And then I started compiling my list based on those brands. Now, these are people that I never heard of. They were underdogs in the space, but they had gotten 1 product in a catalog, and that's all it needed for me to, connect the dots.
I do something similar when I look for brands that I want to connect with and partner with. I'll just start following people on Instagram, and then Instagram will tell me, here's 5 other recommended accounts just like that.
Perfect.
So I just keep adding them if I'm getting very specific about a particular niche, because algorithms are really good at grouping things together. And this is an easy way to find potential brands and companies to work with.
It's also a great way to educate yourself on the target market, because you are looking for companies in the space. And if they're hard to find, now all of a sudden you can start making recommendations to these customers. So it's a great way to do some research on that target. All right.
Okay. So quick Q&A. There was one question from Danielle. She asked, if I can't get my domain at a .com, what's the next best top-level domain for my agency? I don't think there's a standard, really. I think you just want to have something custom that is a follow-through URL.
Right.
So it's not just a generic Gmail or Yahoo, but that the domain points to your website, something about you.
And I hate that it's this way, right? I really wish that in professional circles, you could just use a Gmail address and it wouldn't be an issue. But even as a creative director here at Blind, whenever I get emailed from a company that has a gmail.com address, it's just that it's like that instant kind of knocked down on the totem pole.
Right. It feels like, oh, this is maybe a temporary employee. They don't have their website up. Like, how legit are they? You start inventing all these stories about the person you're interacting with, or deciding not to interact with that person at all.
Visions of this person sitting in their garage in their underwear come to mind. Yeah.
So before we move on, are there any other specific questions to what we just covered? I know Ben just kind of blazed through that pretty quickly because we have a lot of material to go through. But I'm hoping that this checklist of things you should be doing in terms of having a presence online, like these are things that you guys are mostly doing at this point.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that you guys are in this class, I would hope that you're doing most of this stuff.
Right.
Okay,
cool. Well, we're getting questions more specific to platforms and stuff, and I think we're going to cover that later in this webinar. So
cool.
Perfect.
All right. So outbound tactics. Now that you've got your bases covered, let's go over outbound tactics. And this means that you're going to have to reach out to people. And I know that many of you don't like that, right? Me being a creative person, when I first started lead generation, I just tried to avoid this like the plague. I don't like this at all. That's what you need to do.
You have to do it. You really have to. It's uncomfortable, especially if you're socially shy, like I grew up, and something that I've had to continually work on.
Yeah.
The portfolio is not going to bring them in.
Right.
All the inbound stuff, which we're not going to cover today, like those are things that are part of a longer term play, but outbound really is key to drum up new business.
And really, honestly, it is tough, but it's quicker. It shortens the timeline for you. And that's why we want to give you guys these tactics and these strategies to start networking with people and reaching out. And we're not alone here. This is a quote from Jim Rohn. To succeed in sales, simply talk to lots of people every day. And here's what's exciting. There are lots of people.
It's so true.
I love that. And then a quote from the man himself, Blair Enns. When you need leads quickly, there is no substitution for a flurry of well-constructed emails and phone calls. Now, this is from the Inbound King. And the key there is when you need leads quickly. So before we get into the actual specific tactics and strategies, let's take a look at some fundamentals about building relationships.
Okay. So building relationships, this is going to be relevant both in your business and professional life, but in your personal life as well. And it's all the same. The thing is, the key to any good biz dev is building strong relationships. And your goal when you guys are going out there to do some lead generation and drum up business is to make a connection, not a sale. I think a lot of people go out there expecting that they're going to pitch, spam, and I'm going to keep dropping all the 100 emails, my email template to 100 people, and maybe I'll get a connection. But the thing is, if you're trying to make the sale on the first interaction, that's probably where you're failing already. There are ways to do that, but it's not the ideal way. The approach is not to spray and pray, but really, it's really to have this personalized precision dialogue with your target audience. So you got to spend time developing relationships and not just assuming, yelling out to the word, I'm available.
Like standing on the corner with a megaphone,
right,
preaching the good word. Yeah.
Right. It's like you want to have nice conversations with real people because that's what people appreciate, right? You want to avoid trying to propose on the first date. Right? You want to ask the person out first. You want to build a little bit of rapport. You want to make sure that this person's cool before you do anything. So trying to make a sale on the first initiation of contact is like trying to propose on the first date and they haven't even met you yet.
Yeah.
That is a wrong way to go.
It'll get you in trouble.
It'll get you in a lot of trouble. And the thing is, when you guys do biz dev, you might have to develop some thick skin. And the thick skin is you have to go in without any expectations, and because there's no guarantees that somebody might even respond to you. And if you go in with expectations, then you're going to be butthurt and you're going to be discouraged when you don't get an email back from the most perfectly crafted email that we just are sharing with you guys today. Go in with zero expectations, because you know what? Some people don't pay attention to stuff, or life happens, right? And some people, they don't even check certain platforms. Like I know Ben, I'm very active on LinkedIn, but Ben, not so much. He doesn't really go on there that much. So don't be butthurt if he doesn't respond to you.
Last time I checked, I had like, it said 99 plus messages.
So you maxed out.
Yeah.
So yeah, just go in with zero expectations. And I want you guys to think about the last service outreach email you got. I don't know if you guys get this, but because at Blind, I have creative director in my title, and I think that's populated out there in the internet. So I get all kinds of service providers trying to contact me. And I got this one just last week, and I'll read it for you guys. It's kind of funky. It says, hey, this is Jesse, account executive over at Drazen Fabrics. I just want to circle back around. Can we meet next Wednesday? I wanted to drop off some fabric samples. Here's a link to our website. You can check us out. If you want to schedule a meeting here, you can book it with this link, or you can check out more on this gallery.
You just hear the shotgun.
Right. It's like, this person said zero about me. Why do I even want drapes? The problem is with a lot of these pitch emails, and I've been guilty of this before too. I'm not claiming that I have never committed this sin, but the problem with a lot of these types of emails is that it's so focused on me, the person who's sending it, and I'm spending zero time thinking about them and what they want and what they need. So when you guys are doing biz dev and when you're looking about relationships, you really should be focusing on the other person. And we're going to focus a lot on this throughout the boot camp. So this is not going to be the first time you're going to hear this. And really the way you should be approaching it is you should be giving more than you're getting.
Right.
With these pitch emails, typically it's like, gimme, buy. Don't you want my stuff? Don't you want my stuff? No, you should be giving value. You should be adding value. So here's my simple approach when it comes to pretty much every relationship that I have in my life. When I'm trying to make friends, when I'm trying to make connections, this is the approach I use both in business and professional settings, or personal and professional settings.
I was going to say, whoa.
That I'm all business, man. So here's the approach. It's be genuine, be curious, add value, and then go in for the ask. And I'm going to break down what each of these mean for you guys, and I'm going to give you guys example. But be genuine, meaning look for something to genuinely connect with another human being. Look for something to genuinely compliment the other person on. Just be genuine and be a good human being. Be curious. Ask a lot of questions. When you ask questions, these are ways to get in and start to uncover and surface things that might be important to them. Once you understand that you could add value, once you understand what's important to them, you might be able to suggest things or demonstrate ways that are helping them achieve the things that they're interested in. And once you've demonstrated enough value, that's rapport, that's trust, then you can go in for the ask. So let's go to a couple examples so that you guys can see. So the first one, my favorite way to connect with people is DMing. I know a lot of people are not down, and maybe for your country it's not down, because I think culturally in the US this is very acceptable. Like there's a lot of engagement that goes down in the direct message, the DM, right? They have a whole song about this. It goes down in the DM. And Gary Vee is like prolific about this. He's constantly talking about DMing people. I know in other cultures it's maybe feels a little awkward, and again, take this all with a grain of salt and apply this whatever seems important and applicable for your situation. So the key here is we're on social platforms, so you got to be social on social. It's a funny thing, but a lot of people use social passively. Like they're going to go and start scrolling and looking at stuff, but not engage, not talk, and not develop relationships in the communities that they want to be in. But here's a way that you might get involved on the community. Once you establish your niche, like Ben had talked about it in terms of getting into outdoorsy gear, you're going to look at the trending hashtag in your niche. Just look it up on Instagram or Twitter, see what are the top performers there, and then look for the businesses and profiles that are performing well in there. So you're just going to go through those, look at the posts, and start engaging, start asking questions, start complimenting, and just start developing your presence in that niche. People are going to start noticing on the channel, on the future YouTube, we have a lot of regulars, and these regulars, they comment on all the videos all the time, and they DM me all the time, and I feel like I know them. Yeah. And some people I talked to online for years, and then I meet them in real life. I was like, oh wow, you're a real human being, and it's totally cool. It's not weird at all.
I met somebody the other day, and just so that I could connect the dots with who this person was, I was like, hey, show me your profile picture.
Right, because sometimes people have funny avatars.
Brands, yeah, right. It's like the logo or something, and I was like, oh yeah, hey, how you doing, man?
Just, I know you. Yeah, like, we've been talking for years.
Yeah.
So it goes down in the DM, and I just want to show you. This was one DM sequence that I had with a potential guest that I wanted to be on the show. So this guy runs a much bigger channel, and I reached out to him. It's like, hey, I really love your content. I'm devouring it right now. So I'm paying him a compliment. He responded. He's like, oh, wow, how did you find us in the first place? So we started this conversation. Second one, I was being curious. Now I'm asking him questions. I'm curious, do you ever share your materials with a creative audience? Do you have more material like that? Because I want to consume more like that. I want to learn more about what it is you do specific to creatives. So now I'm asking questions to see if there are openings for us to jump in. So I'm just being curious. I'm just asking questions here. Then the next thing is where I'm adding value. Oh, by the way, if you want to help spread your message, I run this YouTube channel. We have about 160,000 subs. And so this was a while ago.
It was a while ago.
Yeah, we have 500,000 now, right? And if you ever wanted to spread your message, I would love to have you on the show. And he's like, oh, for sure. What show? And then we started continuing. And eventually I made the ask. And I was like, well, let's connect through email. So after that, we exchanged emails, and we got him on the show. So it's pretty cool.
I love that because you went from 0 to 100. You made a lot of deposits into the old credibility bank, the trust bank. And then when you made the ask, you volunteered the email like it was nothing.
Right. It was very easy. And so easy, actually, that after I had done this, I was so excited. I started teaching this on the channel. I started teaching this to the people here at the office. Even my intern could do it. So I told my intern, Emmanuel, who was here last year, I mentioned to him, I was like, hey, I did this thing. You should try this sometime. And I was encouraging because they all want to learn, the interns here. So what happened is he's a hand lettering artist. He has beautiful work. So people like his stuff all the time. One of the people that started liking his work was the design director at Coca-Cola.
No big deal.
No big deal. Design director at Coca-Cola. So what happened? He just used my formula. So what he started doing is he started engaging with him. It's like, hey, I saw that you like my stuff. I work over here at The Future. I'm curious, do you have any more episodes? Because this guy, he's been doing talks, but maybe he has 3 videos out there on other podcasts. And he's like, I'm curious, do you have any other videos about branding? I want to learn more from you. So he's trying to be very genuine. Like, I love what you're saying. can I have some more? And of course, he's engaging. He's asking questions here. So then after that, after a small dialogue, right after, he goes for the add value. He does the same exact pitch that I had. I just copied and pasted it for him. It's like, here, just pitch this so you don't have to worry about the language. Like, oh, do you ever consider being on our show and spreading your message to our community of a few 100,000 creative entrepreneurs? And so I would love that. And what did he do? Then he connected the design director, Alex Center, over to me. And then we had him on the show. And then the bonus part, Alex said, hey, Emmanuel, if I ever need a hand lettering artist, I'm going to hit you up because I love your work.
No big deal.
No big deal. So the cool thing out of all of this is he just developed a nice organic relationship because they were being social online. They were just talking and being very good human beings. And my intern, Emmanuel, he wasn't trying to make a sale. He was just trying to make a connection with another person. So I think this is really helpful for you guys who are out there who's so focused on trying to convert and put so much pressure on that. All you want to do is just have a nice connection because there's a real human being on the other side, not a robot, not a faceless company. There's a real human being there.
Yeah.
Okay. So what are the lessons? There are real human beings and they love flattery. They love talking about themselves. So the more you flatter them, the more you ask them questions, the more they're going to open up. And the more they open up, the more you're going to understand what might be valuable to them. And throughout the business bootcamp, we're actually going to go pretty deep on how you diagnose problems, how you ask very good questions so that you can find these openings. And then from there, you're going to find, are you guys aligned on values and where can you guys actually legitimately connect? And when you do, they respond. So I'm going to show you how this works beyond the DMs, right? Like, because again, I say I use this everywhere.
Yeah.
And I do this in real life too. And Ben and I have done this when we go to events. So if we're going to some kind of convention, for instance, like we go to Adobe Max, 99U, all of these creative.
National,
any places where our peoples are going to be, because that's our niche right now.
Right.
So here's how a general conversation might go. There are all these companies there with booths. For us at the future, we want to do business with other software and hardware companies in the creative space. So Adobe, Cintiq, Wacom, all of these software providers now that are challengers to Adobe, like we want to work with them all because we want to get entrenched in this space.
Yeah. And just in case you guys have never been to a convention like this, typically you walk into this giant open room. It's usually like as big as a gym or even like bigger. I mean, it's a huge space. And literally there's all these temporary tables set up with enclosures, and the reason why these companies come to this is to get exposed to the audience that's there. So they're there to market.
Right. So they're already primed to talk to people. They want to expose their wares. So usually Ben and I will walk up to a booth like, dude, this is such a cool booth. Tell us about it. What is this software product about? So you just let the marketing person there start talking about it. Oh, wow. How is the audience here responding to your setup here? And this is an important question. You could do something like this because you're trying to see, do they value the audience here? Are they getting the response that they were hoping for because they invested in their time and energy in this event? So are the people here the right type of people you want to be talking to?
And honestly, we did this at Adobe Max. No, AIGA. And the guys were like, it's been kind of dead. Like, oh my gosh, tell us more. We were really engaged. We wanted to
asking
understand.
questions. Our follow-up was, well, what kind of people are you trying to connect with? If it's not the people here, who is that? Where do they exist? So now we're just getting into the marketer's mind. We're just asking them questions and they're telling us everything. It's all gold right here. Ben and I were just like, check. Well, okay, now I know how I'm going to be able to talk to this person. Because now you could add value. So you could say, well, what would be more effective to reach more of your prospects? And what else are you doing? What other efforts? If this event, not this event, like, are you online? What other campaigns are you running? How are you trying to connect with them? So now we're trying to add and demonstrate value. We're trying to show that we understand and we actually care about the success of their marketing efforts. We understand what it means to get a return on investment, right? So this is how we're demonstrating value because we're diagnosing the problem here. And this is where you could add your little insight. If you're very deep on a particular niche, you can say, I work a lot in the creative space and I found this to be very effective to connect with designers.
Providing value right there.
Right. It's like, oh, I found out you have to do some crazy stunt or have these crazy colorful giveaways with your brand logo on there. People will take that left and right because they just love it as a collectible, right? So you might drop an insight here or talk about another experience because you guys are already connected on a certain level here. You're demonstrating your expertise and adding value to the
discussion. But honestly, guys, if you just go into the situation with, oh man, how can I be helpful and establish something meaningful with you? It just flows naturally.
Yeah. Just ask questions. Ask questions, and you don't have to be pressured to do any of the talking. The other person's going to do the talking. They're going to give you all the answers. And then once you're ready, once you've connected on a level and you understand what's important to them, this is where you can make the ask. But when you make the ask, you want to make it small. You're not asking for the sale. You're not saying like, oh, by the way, I can make these logos for you. You don't want to do that. Again, chill out, relax, and all you want to do is establish a connection. If you ever need help with this stuff, I'd love to connect and maybe chat some more after the event. I know you're super busy, and just walk away. And then we usually exchange emails there. We exchange cards, something like that. And then after the event, you just follow up a few days later. Hey, remember at the event, we spoke about this thing, and you could be super specific here because you had a deep conversation, right? So you could reference, hey, remember we spoke about printing out those special collectibles for designers so you could reach them at the event? Oh, by the way, I found this article that explains this. Or I wrote this blog article that explains the phenomenon of this, or why people like to collect free stuff at events. Right?
And this is really kind of escalating the relationship. I had a lead once where we talked on the phone, and then we went out to lunch, and then we literally bought each other books. Like we went on Amazon and ordered each other, like picked out books for each other, and then sent it to our office address. And every step of the way, it kind of escalated to the point where I won a $40,000 job, from them. So this is providing value and kind of escalating that relationship is huge.
Yeah. So you just keep adding, you keep nurturing. You just want to be a good human being, right? You want to develop a connection, a relationship with people. So now I'm going to move into email. I'm going to go a little bit faster here because we do have more information to go through. Hopefully we could always go back to this if needed, but I will just show you the same concepts apply. The only difference is if you're trying to make a pitch via email, you want to be a little bit more succinct. You want to make it very easy for the person to follow through on the information that you're providing them so that they can make a decision or refer you one way or the other. And the last bit, you want to personalize it. The thing is, because you're not having these face-to-face or DM conversations, you have to do a little bit of research on this person to figure out what they might care about, what they might be involved in, and personalize it. So I'll give a couple of quick examples. In 2014, I had finished directing a music video for Coldplay. It was this groundbreaking interactive music video, and I wanted to be featured in as many publications as possible. I want to build a PR machine because I didn't want to pay for a PR company to do this. It's like, I could do this myself. So what did I do? I started looking up magazines, specifically Fast Company. I was like, oh, Fast Company would be perfect to be in. So what did I do? I went to the Fast Company website. I started reading the articles in technology and music, and I looked up every single editor or writer of those articles. I found a couple and I pitched them. I said, hey, I did this thing, name drop Coldplay. I would love to give you the exclusive to run this story. I wrote it all for you. You could click this link and look at all the images. And I would like to give you the exclusive because you know what? I know you write in the music scene and the tech scene, and I saw your article on this. So I'm trying to personalize it. I'm trying to add value, and I'm trying to make it really, really easy for them to do what they need. So I basically wrote the article for them. Makes sense? Okay, so the next thing, you know what, I'm gonna skip this one. Here is a good one. So like I said, I always get emails on my end. So this is on the receiving end, and I get a few a week of people trying to send me their stuff so that we could feature it on the channel. And I ignore most of them because normally they say something like this. I'm a fan of the channel, love your stuff. I'd love you to try my LED lamp and feature it and do a review on your channel. Thank you. And it's so stiff, like nothing about me, nothing personalized. I have no idea what I'm going to do with this. And they spent no time looking for something that is important to me. This one was super personalized. This was such a great email. So this company, Orbit Key, they make these little key organizers. They said, I saw your video about organizing your backpack, and I see that you really like to keep things like nice and tidy, basically. And I noticed you don't use a key organizer in the video. So that means they watch the whole video.
Yeah.
And we make this key organizer so you can keep stuff clutter-free, and you could use it in your gridded organizer. So I was like, oh my gosh,
specific.
Very, very specific. This person really researched me. And they said, you know, we'd love to send you some product. You can just click through our catalog and tell us what you want. And it's like, feel free to follow up with me. They made it super easy, highly personalized. This was one of the few that I actually responded to. So it's like a well-crafted email can really penetrate. And if you do it right, it feels like, wow, this is the friendliest person in the world. They know me. And I feel flattered because they spent time to look at my stuff.
Yep.
Because time is the only thing that you cannot replicate. You cannot automate. Time is the finite resources that we all have. And it's the most precious thing that we have.
Right.
Right. So when you guys are sending out emails, if you don't get a response, just follow up. If you get a no, ask for a recommend. Don't end there. And then go try someone else.
Yep.
And again, that formula is just this. You can screenshot this, or we'll provide it after. Be genuine, be curious, add value, and go for the ask. So when you're being genuine, just look for a genuine compliment. You could practice this in real life. Like I do this all the time, very, very specifically to train my brain to this. Every time I order a coffee, I look the barista up and down. I look for one thing to compliment them on. It's like, I love your tattoo. Where did you get that from? Or what does that mean? And I'm just looking for something specific to connect with them.
Yeah. You know, early on in my mentoring with Chris, when Chris first started mentoring me, I was a mess. And I was so shy and just introverted, and I just didn't want to get out there. And he told me, so your homework is to go talk to 10 people every single day. And thinking about that, it's like, you know, 10 people, it's not a lot. I mean, you see 10 people walking into your apartment building.
Right.
But when you actually put forth the effort
and
actually go try to talk to people, it is tough. It's tough to actually connect. And the easiest way that I found to connect with people is to give them a compliment.
Yeah, and smile at the same time. It goes very, very far. You could see somebody change. Like the barista, if they're really busy, like they have a kind of like a dull face. And as soon as you say, I love your glasses, those are so great, they complement the shape of your face.
Yep.
All of a sudden they light up and they're like, oh, and then they make your latte extra good and they give you a little cookie on the side. It's like, oh, thank you so much. Have a great day, right? And then with that, you just be curious. Like once you find an intro, just ask them a question. Next time you see somebody, ask them a question. Oh, I love those shoes. Where did you get them from? I find some of my friends that are really good connectors, like Shima. I went to parties with her, and she's so good. Like every person she met, she complimented something and asked them a question. I was like, oh, she's good at this.
And honestly, guys, sometimes it can be hard to remember, right? Asking questions is something that I personally have had to like really train my brain to actually be interested in the other person. But it's huge. It is a massive tip.
Right. Then again, add value. What potential value can you offer them? So this might take a while to think about, but you could offer them insights on the niche that you both are in. You could send them resources or articles or recommend them to other people. Sometimes you might recommend to work with somebody else that's not you, and that's okay. The thing is, you're providing value to that person. It's like, oh, I know Charles down the street. He builds great websites. You should connect with him.
Yep.
I'm just making the connection. So be generous. Give more than you get. And then lastly, make the ask, but keep it small. Just focus on trying to have a conversation, not a sale.
Yeah.
Okay.
So honestly, guys, like here we are. We've just covered relationship building, and you'll notice that all of this really suspiciously looks like cold calling.
Right.
And we didn't want to call it that because the whole purpose of this is not to be cold, to not start cold. It's to get people warmed up. And so by using these fundamentals, regardless of what tactic you decide to pursue, keep these fundamentals in mind. They're just massive moving forward. Okay, let's get into some tactics. So we have 4 specific tactics for you guys. We'll go through every single one and then just kind of open it up for questions. Again, these are very, very tactical. It's kind of like a step 1, 2, 3. So let's just dive into the first one. Phone a friend. What are we talking about here?
What does that mean?
Referrals.
Okay.
We all know them. We all love them. We all have profited from them.
Right.
But they have some significant downsides. They're inconsistent. We don't really have control over them. And sometimes they net us clients that we don't really want.
Right.
So puts us in some awkward situations. And I think the misconception is like, if you're working with clients, our whole purpose is to help them like meet their goals, right? We want to help them achieve that next milestone. And we think by putting it all out there and putting our blood, sweat, and tears into something, and, you know, as soon as we help them hit that milestone, they're going to stand on that mountain and just shout to all their friends how we helped them. And then immediately all their friends are going to, you know, hire us and we'll be living the good life.
Right.
But the reality is that, you know, they achieve that goal, make it to the top, and then they have a new challenge to face. And it's not that they're not being grateful. It's not that they're not like thinking of you. They just don't make that connection unless your client is one of those natural born connectors, you know, that really place value in that. And so really what we have to do is, if we want referrals, we need to ask for them.
Absolutely.
That is so key here. And in order for us to ask for them in the right way, we need to make sure that we're not sounding like a sales predator. That comes from Cal Harrison. It's great. Thank you. So
don't be creepy.
So how do we do this? How do we like walk that fine line? And I'd be curious if you guys go ahead and put it in the chat. You know, have you ever asked for a referral from your clients before? Yes or no? I'd love to see the answers before we get into this.
Yeah, I know referrals have been huge for me personally over the years, and it's because somebody puts their name on the line for you. Yeah. But at the same time, it results out of great customer service, right? Like great experiences, and sometimes it's like, I have a great dentist, but I'm not going to go shouting on the hills like, I have a great dentist.
Right? Everybody's got a toilet. And so hopefully everybody's got a plumber, at least knows of one.
Right.
And how often have you recommended your plumber out to somebody?
Right.
And even worse, like how often have you had somebody like run up to you and like, I found a great plumber.
Right.
You know,
unless they ask you. Unless they ask you
to
do it. Like I would appreciate a review or testimonial on Yelp. It helps my business a lot. And I always do it, especially if they're good to me.
Right. So we got a couple of like only a few times and no. And I gotta be honest, guys, in my history, I only started doing it probably in the last 2 years. And I want to walk you guys through my process of actually doing this. So step one, this is a given, but you have to do great work. The client has to receive value because this is, with referrals, we're tapping into reciprocity. So should go without saying, but I'm going to say it anyways. Right. Do great work.
This is the most obvious one.
All right. So it's helpful to check in for feedback every once in a while.
While you're working with the
client.
While
you're working, as the project, you know, moves through its, you know, the course of its life, give a call to your client every once and again and just check in and just say, hey, wanted to know what's your feedback? How are we doing? And what you're looking for is you're looking for the high point of the project. So it serves multiple purposes. Number one, the feedback is going to help you avoid roadblocks and avoid disasters.
Right.
But you're also looking for the high point in the project because that's when you ask for a referral.
Right. For a lot of times for us, whenever we do discovery or the strategy session, that's probably the highest point where the client has so much clarity. They're so engaged. That's the moment where we come in. It's like, if we could help people like you, clients like you, let us know, right? If there are other people that you can think of just like you, we'd love to help them and do the same thing for them.
Yep.
So you're just waiting for that high point.
Yeah, and sometimes it's on delivery. You know, I've had some clients, like the way that we deliver projects, which we'll cover in Business Bootcamp, the way that we deliver projects is really easy. It's delightful for our clients. And sometimes that's the moment where you can make the ask. But regardless of when that happens, the next step is to make the ask. Now, there are tons of different ways to do this, but honestly, the best is on the phone or in person.
Yeah.
And I think it's because you can show a level of like openness or transparency or dare I say it, vulnerability.
Right.
But tone has a lot to do with this, but email works too. Email works too. So what we need to do is we need to be gentle, we need to be kind and open, because this is a big ask. We're asking for somebody to open their network at their risk.
Right.
Because we're risking, she's risking her name by recommending us. So we need to be gentle, we need to be kind and open. Here's the key. We also want to avoid the yes or no question. We don't want to ask them, hey, do you know of anybody who could use my services? Or do you know anybody who I could help? That's a very clear, like, yes or no. And it's really easy for that person to say, oh, no, not right now, but I'll keep you guys in mind.
And I do that all the time. So I'm not good at that. So what's a better way, Ben?
So this comes straight from Blair Enns. Who else do you know that I might be able to help?
Oh, so it's more open-ended.
It's more open-ended. And immediately when you hear this, you start thinking about your network, even if you haven't made the decision to make the referral.
Right.
So that's key. Who else do you know that I might be able to help?
I love that.
So let's wrap this in an email, just for you guys who conduct most of your business over email.
This is a Kodak moment here. So if you guys want a screenshot, feel free to do it. This is a good template.
So this template it's cobbled together from a whole bunch of places, but you'll see the question. And it says, I'm so glad to hear you're happy with the results of working with us so far. I knew we could help, and I'm pleased that you're seeing results so quickly. Since things are going so well, I found myself wondering if you have any colleagues at similar companies who would benefit from our whatever you do. Here's the question. Who else do you know that we could help? I would love to help them achieve similar growth.
I like
it's huge.
That. So it's direct.
Huge. Here's the thing. There's an even better way to ask. I think you should do both. But sometimes you kind of want to change course, reposition, or target somebody specific on LinkedIn. And sometimes, if you're doing a little detective work, if you're doing a little digging, and you see that your client or somebody that you know is connected with one of your desired companies, we want to be able to ask for, that connection specifically.
Oh, yeah. I've done that for sure.
Yeah. So this is a great template. It's another Kodak moment. It says, quick favor to ask. I'd like to add a very specific kind of client to our agency this year. And I know the best way to do that is through existing friends. I look to you for ultimate guidance on this. So there's your flattery.
Right.
If you'd be open to it, I'd love to demonstrate our impact to, and then drop the person's name in the email. So you're being very, very specific. It continues. Specifically, I think they would find value in a conversation about, and then insert the topic here. Given our experience together, I'd hoped that you'd be open to an introduction to this person this week.
Right.
That is such a massive, just if you guys can nail this, it's going to be great.
Being
specific helps.
And I've done this before, actually, where my brother's girlfriend was a game tester at Konami. It's a video game company. And at the time, I was doing a lot of video game work or wanted to get more into that niche. This was back in 2013. So I reached out to her and said, do you know anybody in the branding or marketing department that you can connect me with? She connected me to somebody who works on the internal videos there. And I said, hey, this is the kind of products we offer. We do motion graphics for video and marketing. I was hoping that I could talk to the right person. And then I realized, I checked on LinkedIn that he had a higher up, like the VP of marketing over there. So then I tagged him specifically. I was hoping you could refer me, Charles, to Ron over at Konami, because I think we could really help you guys on some of the projects that you're working on. And through about 3 degrees of separation, the following week I had a sit-down meeting with the VP of marketing over at Konami.
Wow.
So it works, and you could leverage your network here, and you just have to do a little digging, and you can be very specific about what you need and what you want out of that.
Yep. I love it when you're doing some LinkedIn digging. I like LinkedIn for digging and researching.
Oh, I love it. Yeah. I love it.
But I loved seeing that like second or third degree of separation, because I know somebody that knows somebody who knows somebody.
Right.
And this is a perfect kind of email for that. So let's say you get a yes. Let's say the person that you ask is like, absolutely, I would love to recommend. Here's some tips. Make sure that you're making it easy. Ask them how they would prefer to make their referral. So sometimes people will want to like do it, you know, away from you and kind of recommend that this person, you know, reach out to you directly.
Right.
Sometimes they would want to do a call together. You never know, but ask them how they want to make the referral. Next up, this comes from Chris's article about how to find new clients. Offer to contact the new lead directly.
Right.
It's like, hey, I see you're connected to XYZ. You know, can I contact her on your behalf?
Right.
Or, you know,
can I say that we're connected?
That we're connected.
Somehow?
Yeah. And then the next is, you know, you can always provide an email template to them. And I've done this a couple of times, especially for testimonials and reviews. I just wrote the testimonial for the client and just said, hey, here's some, feel free to chop this up or throw it away completely if you want to write something different. I'm just trying to make it easy on you.
Right.
So make it easy.
Right. You say, I know this is a big ask and I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Yep.
So that's why I'm making it easy for you here.
Exactly. And then make sure you're following up. This, again, should go without saying, but if you forget to thank someone that gave you a referral, especially one that wound up like, you know, ending up in a job, that's the best way to never get a referral ever again.
Right.
So make sure that you're thanking them.
Do something nice for them. Send them and get them a gift card somewhere. Send them a nice fruit basket. Something. Just say thank you at least.
Yeah. All right, guys, just to sum this up, referrals, the quickest way to get new work, but you have to ask for them. They're not going to come organically or rarely, I should say.
So Samuel has a question about referral fees. You know, anywhere from like 5 to 20%. It just really depends. Like we could get very specific there. It just really depends, because if that person has a connection to $1 million job and the jobs you're doing right now are $10,000, they probably deserve a way bigger cut. So I think it's scalable. It just matters like how much they're bringing to the table for you.
Yeah. And honestly, like, to be honest, I have kind of a different view of it. I see paid referrals as a little bit less genuine.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to navigate around that if you're gonna pay people to, you know, kind of an affiliate fee or finder's fee or something like that. So I would recommend trying to steer away from that versus sending them a big check.
And I've done both.
Yeah.
I've done both. Most of the time I'm pretty generous, only because I don't want to be involved in the conversations. Like, here, Frank, meet Ben, and you guys hash it out. Right. Other times, if I know I have to do a little bit of legwork, meaning I have to set this up, I have to do a call, then I'm going to charge a referral fee, because I know it's going to take some of my time, but I'm happy to set that up. And that's when I'm going to charge some kind of referral fee that makes sense for me, makes sense for my time in this whole situation.
I get it. Okay. Move on to the next one. Number 2. Okay. 204, partner in crime. Okay. So I'm sure as you guys were putting together your lists, one of these things kind of bubbled up to the top, one of these objections, and probably was something like this. Okay, now I know who my target companies, who my target customers are. How the heck do I reach them? And having access to these people and these companies is a significant, it's a limiting factor. However, the good news is that somebody has access. Somebody has the access that you need. So the partner in crime tactic is all about finding and collaborating with other service providers. And to further specify, these are people that, you know, work with your target audience or clients like your target audience, but don't exactly do what you do. They do something different. All right. So I want to kind of illustrate this with a story. I want you guys to meet Frank. So this is Frank Shee. For those of you who have been watching our content for a long time, he's been on the show several times. And I've known him for 5 years now.
He was an intern here. I know last week I shared a story about Benjamin, our intern, who's doing gaming work. Well, Frank was also part of the same batch of interns.
Oh,
I think we had an entrepreneurial bunch. Like, yeah.
Everybody has interned at Blind.
Yeah, I was an intern at Blind too. So
Frank and I met in the Pro Group, which is a future product, and this was 4 or 5 years ago. It's been a while, and we kind of came up together. We were growing a company at the same time. We had the same struggles with clients, and we became friends. And I knew that Frank wasn't really a competitor because he was more focused on 3D and
Product
AR,
visualization, right?
yeah, product viz, VR, you know, stuff like that. Whereas I was more focused on branding and digital design and development.
Mm-hmm.
So it was kind of interesting, and I almost discounted the relationship because I knew I couldn't delegate any of my work directly. Like I couldn't ask Frank to build a website for me.
Right.
But we stayed in touch, and he kept forwarding me projects that he had done, and you know, we would jump on calls every once in a while and just kind of catch up. We established a friendship. Well, it turns out that I actually onboarded a client that had a new product. It was kind of like a alternative vehicle, and the product was so cutting edge. It was so new that it wasn't even made yet. And so this guy had no visuals, and I was tasked with creating a website. And for you guys in the industry, you know that creating a website with no images is,
what do you put on there? You need the content.
you're like trying to walk without one leg.
Right.
And so, you know, immediately I thought of Frank, because I knew, and even in those days, I didn't even know the breadth of what Frank did, but I knew that he could mock up a product in 3D and make it so that the customers would actually like seeing those images. So instead of hiring Frank on the project, I introduced Frank to my client, and they established a relationship. And this client would have never reached out to Frank. I mean, we were on the opposite sides of the country. There's a lot of distance. So Frank would have never had access to this guy. Well, the guy hired him, Frank got the job, and it was a 5-figure job. So there's a respectable amount of money that Frank got through connections.
Right, through you.
Yep.
So you were his partner in crime here.
Exactly.
And
so
you provided him entryway to this client.
Yep, exactly. So how can you guys do this? Well, first we need to find them. And there's tons of different ways to find partners in crimes. Past projects, that's a big one, right?
Yeah, past projects. Like I mentioned earlier, I directed a interactive music video for Coldplay. The story behind that is I pitched Coldplay because I got this fantastic opportunity. I'm going to make an interactive music video for you guys. Thing is, I didn't know how to make it. I didn't have the technology background to do it, but they said, yes, let's do it. We're so excited. And as soon as they said that, I had to turn around. I was like, fudge, how do I make this thing? So what I started doing is I started researching Flurry online, anything that resembled some kind of interactive video experience. I found maybe like 20 different projects, and I was digging into the credits list, like who was responsible for this? Who was the dev team? Who was the technology team? Eventually, I found one person, and I think it was for one of the Bob Dylan like interactive music videos, and they were called Treehouse at the time.
Oh,
I reached out to them, and a week later, I had a partner to complete this video. Completely cold. I've never heard of them before, never met them before. I just saw that they've done work, and I just looked up past projects to find the right partner.
And so reaching out to them, it was a great connection point. It's like, hey, you worked on this, I worked on this.
Let's do something together for a Coldplay, because this is going to be great for both of us.
Right.
And it worked out.
Awesome. Okay, so the next one, business groups. Welcome. You guys are here.
You guys are in a business group.
There are 49 of you here, and many of you do very different things. There are videographers in the mix. There are web people. There's apparently somebody who's an expert in blockchain. Welcome.
Right.
But you guys can network and actually go in on projects together. So that's one of the most powerful things. Pro group is the same way. Okay. Social media groups. This one is huge. There are so many LinkedIn and Facebook groups for developers and photographers and designers. And it doesn't matter what your craft is. There is at least 10 Facebook groups or social media groups that you could join and just kind of like join the conversation.
Brandon says Slack channels.
Yeah, exactly.
There's tons of Slack channels.
Discords.
Same thing. Yep.
And the amazing thing is that as soon as you go into these groups, you see people complaining that they can't find other people. So let's say I joined a developers group the other day on Facebook as a React group. And I'm sitting there in the thing, and they're complaining about finding good designers. That they have jobs, they have the budgets, but they can't find designers to work with that don't disappear on them. And I'm like, I know 500,000 people over here that are like, woo-hoo!
Right. Connect us, give us a job.
So it's really amazing if you just go where they are. Okay, next is co-working spaces. This is huge for me in my beginning years. Is I grabbed a table at a co-working space, and all of a sudden I had exposure to about 100 other people who were same boat. They were kind of solopreneurs working up from the ground, and everybody did something different. I was able to network there. All right, next up, public meetups. Again, it's the same thing as social media groups, except it's in person. There's tons of React groups, different developer language meetups here in LA that I've been to. And you walk into these meetups, and all of a sudden you're surrounded by 60 people who are there to discuss their craft.
Yeah, and you could be actually the Trojan horse here, or the unique unicorn in the group. So for instance, we host a lot of events here at The Future, which we're mostly video-based content creators. Every so often, a composer or somebody that makes music comes to this thing, and they make 20, 30 connections with people that they didn't have because they're the only ones making music. Yeah. And they're like, hey, do you guys want to collaborate? I know you need music for your videos. I'd love to let you use my library. And then boom, they have a connection.
Same thing in the pro group. I mean, we had our first web developer join the other day, and he is swarmed with the requests.
That's awesome.
And then the last tactic, to find these partners in crime, start with the work that you love. If you're into the outdoor kind of athletics, take a look at Patagonia and look for a campaign that you really enjoy, and then see if you can figure out who worked on that campaign. That's a great way to reverse engineer who's already working in the industry that you want to break into. All right, next up, connect with them. We've already been through this. Matthew kind of covered this in depth, but social comment, sharing their work, sending them DMs, sending them an email, and then trying to get an in-person introduction. It's all gravy if you just follow that formula that we talked about before. And just to kind of summarize, this tactic is all about finding and collaborating with other service providers. And something that you guys have to remember throughout this, and we're going to keep harping on this, is your goal is to expand your network and create real relationships. You really want to build friendships with the people that you're going to work with.
Right. You don't want to build a bunch of relationships. You want to build meaningful relationships. Yeah. So that when you call on each other, there's a connection there, and you guys have trust, you have rapport, and people are willing to put their own name and reputation on the line for you.
Yep, exactly. Cool. All right. We're halfway through the tactics, guys. The next one is the big fish. So another gap that we've identified is it's hard for clients to find somebody that's kind of new to the space, especially if you're a small fish in a big pond, right? Luckily, other agencies don't have that problem. Other agencies may be bigger, they're more well-known, they have an established track record, and even if they don't specialize, they might have worked in the industry that you want to break into. And you can use it to your advantage. Right. And there's really two ways to look at these kind of relationships. Here's the first one. Sometimes these agencies have opportunities that are not good fit. And it can be a budgetary issue, or it can be they just don't want to work with. And anytime that happens, it happens to us, we want to make sure that we're referring these opportunities away.
Right. So in this situation, we're the agency, we're the big fish in this situation. And sometimes small clients will reach out to us where it's under our MLE, our minimum level of engagement. And luckily we have a robust network like you guys and the Pro Group that we can refer this out to.
Yep, exactly. So one kind of flavor of this relationship is that you're just available for referrals from the agency of jobs that don't fit.
Right, the person that's bigger than you.
Yep. Here's the other way to go about it, and this is what Blind has done for years, right? You got a huge client like Xbox or Nike. They hire a big agency like Wyden & Kennedy or Ogilvy, and then that agency hires you to do the job.
Right. So if you develop good relationships with the agencies, and the first 18 years of our business was focused on serving ad agencies, make TV commercials for them. Thing is, we had a very specialized production methodology and focus in motion design that they simply did not have in-house or cared to want in-house. But they need to find specialists. So if we are working this nice relationship with these agencies, which back in the day we would do screenings, we would go visit all the different agencies and do screenings of our work, buy them lunch. Then we are top of mind. And when they have their huge opportunities from the Fortune 100 companies of the world, Nike, Coke, all these things, then we're there. It's like, oh, we need to make this campaign for them. I know the perfect service provider for that.
Right, exactly. So the whole point of this is we need to get in line. So we're going to position ourselves in the food chain with these bigger providers. Now, we want you guys to move up in the food chain, right? We want you guys to be those big companies that the massive brands come to directly. There's no shame in taking a $250,000 project from a bigger agency.
Right.
No shame whatsoever.
That sounds pretty good, actually.
And the cool thing is that Matthew and I have been on both sides. You know, in the early days, this was the first agency that I reached out to. It's a company called My Agency in Savannah. And initially I just reached out as kind of like, hey, look, if you got any jobs that don't fit, I'd be happy to take them. I'm here. It was very kind of like a humble request. And so they started referring jobs our way. And then eventually the work that we were doing for those clients got back to them. And My Agency was like, hey, Ben, I hear that you're really good at brand strategy. Would you like to help us out with some of the clients that we have? And eventually our relationship got so strong that they put us on the homepage of their website. So there's my company right there.
The
little blue one.
Awesome.
I got to tell them to update this homepage.
That business doesn't exist anymore, right?
So I made a lot of money working with people that they couldn't work with and working with their clients. That was a really good relationship. And they weren't much bigger. They were only 20 people, but compared to my 2 and 3 at that point, it was a fantastic relationship. And then obviously, you know, working with Blind, I've been on the other side of that coin. Just last week, we handed out a $100,000 job and a $40,000 job to the pro group. And these are just leads that come up that don't really fit what we want to do, or they're not big enough to hit our MLE.
Yep.
So how can you guys do this? Let's get into the tactical stuff. First, you got to find them. And this sounds easy, but when you start looking into it, it's a little bit difficult, and it's difficult to figure out who's actually a big agency sometimes. I remember doing this in Richmond, and in Richmond, Virginia, there was something crazy like 169 creative agencies in that small area. So I would recommend starting local. Just take a look at your local area and figure out who the big dogs in your space are. Look at those local searches.
People like working with local folks because they can just hop down the street and meet face to face.
Yeah, exactly. You can take them out to lunch. You can buy them a beer. It can be a really kind of low pressure situation. If you're in a location that's like really remote, or maybe it's tapped out and you feel like you don't want to work locally, I would recommend looking into small to mid-sized cities. And we're not talking about Los Angeles or New York. We're not talking about San Francisco or reaching out to like, you know, Ogilvy or anything like that. Look for those like small to mid-sized cities like Milwaukee or Richmond or Charlotte, because those cities have a bunch of really respectable agencies that are maybe 50 people that could use your work. And the key there is that they're not in an area that they have access to talent.
Right.
You know, you go to Los Angeles, you go to New York, and there's so many options. There's the well is very deep with talent for these agencies to tap into, but some of the other cities won't have that. Next up, LinkedIn digging. I mean, that's a no-brainer, right? Because
once you
find companies on LinkedIn.
Right. Once you find a well, then you just keep digging.
Yep,
you just
exactly.
keep digging there and pull out as much as you can.
Exactly.
It's easy.
Another site is Agency Spotter. I actually used Agency Spotter back in my day. I got my company listed on there. I think Redbooks is another one. But these are lists of agencies that the Fortune 500 tap into. So it's a good resource to use. And then next is just like clientele that you want. So it's really easy to say, hey, I want to break into outdoor action sports. Let me look up Patagonia. Who is Patagonia's agency? Okay, great. Patagonia's agency is X. Who works with them? Who does the production? And then you can continue down the chain that way.
Right.
So it's a great way to kind of tap into the field that you want. All right, next, connect with them. So all of these things still apply from what Matthew went through. You can send them an email. You can go to industry events like AIGA is a great opportunity, NAB, anywhere where these professionals go. You can also go to their own events. which is really fantastic. I attended an event at the Martin Agency that was just kind of like a cocktail hour for creative professionals. And I met a whole bunch of those guys. This is my favorite. Do something memorable. Send donuts.
Ben likes donuts. There's half of the people here a little bit more carb conscious and are just like, I don't think I could fit that into my macros today. But doing something memorable is the thing that's going to break through. So I'll give you 2 examples of people who did something very memorable for us. One guy, his name was Oscar Marr. He's a motion designer, and he wanted to make a connection to Chris and I.
Yep.
What he did is he produced a set of 100 unique candles that he had like hand carved, so it had all these crazy ornate things out of this wood carved case. And when you open it, there's this nice candle inside and his card in there. And he shipped that to us.
Wow.
And it's so memorable. The fact that he did that was 2 years ago. And last week I had a beer with him. Like, he was here and I had a beer with him. That's the thing. It's like I remembered him because of that thing. And he's DMing me all the time. It's like, hey, remember I sent you that candle? It's like, oh, I know exactly who you are.
And guys, it doesn't have to be big. Like donuts, I'm telling you. The IT company sent donuts last week and I still have their card on my desk. Seriously.
That was very powerful, right? People got very jazzed about that. Another memorable thing, people email us for portfolio reviews all the time. The thing is, we don't have time for it, the amount of emails that come in. So one guy, what he had done is he made a custom created cologne for Chris. He showed up to the office and said, I need to hand deliver this to Chris. And then Chris walked up to the front and he gave it to him. It's like, Chris, I made this for you. And I was hoping that I could just get 15 minutes of your time and maybe you can review my work. Chris sat down with him almost like an hour.
Wow.
So those are things that are so unique because people are so lazy that they just want to go the digital option first and spam out, where things like this, doing something memorable, something unique, these are the things that are going to make you stand out.
Yep. Awesome. All right. I have a couple of tips just for emailing because I have a lot of experience with this specific strategy. First, you want to find the new business people. New business people, typically they'll have new business in their title. So new business director. Sometimes they're the account executive. You're basically looking for the contact who does sales, because this is the person who is going to turn away work, especially if you're looking for those referrals. So find those guys and gals. Make sure that when you reach out, you're communicating what your specialty is. So that way they know when is the appropriate time to refer jobs to you. And then also make it worth their while. So one tip is, I have never offered media buying as a service, but big agencies do. And so sometimes it kind of helps to throw a line in your email that says, hey, listen, I might be getting some requests for media buying in the future, and I'd love to make a contact so that I can refer these to the right place. So give them value, make it worth their while. Here's a dirty trick. I'm gonna confess to this one, Matthew. CC somebody in charge. So I had been emailing the Martin Agency's new business department for a while, just trying to get on their referral list because they had a database of companies that they could refer people to. I just wanted to get on that list, but I couldn't get anybody to respond to me. What I did was I did some digging using a couple of Chrome extensions that we can talk about later, and I found the executive creative director's email address, Joe Alexander. And so what I did was I CC'd Joe on the email to the new business lead. Again, I didn't hear anything back from the new business guy. And then a couple days later, I get an email from Joe Alexander who said, hey, guys, this is a Richmond local. This is in our backyard. Can you respond? And then immediately I got a flurry of emails. You're on the list. You're number one. All this kind of stuff. So seeing somebody in charge sometimes can help.
It's a little dirty. A little dirty.
A little dirty. So again, guys, your goal is to expand your network and create those real relationships. If you can get in good with a new business guy at an agency, it can be very, very profitable for everybody involved. And remember the big fish. Your goal is to just get in line, like position yourself in that food chain with the bigger providers.
And we're almost done with the tactics here. I just wanted to bring up two quick questions.
Yeah.
Noella was asking, can you value-based price in this situation where you're talking to the agencies? No, not really.
No.
Because the agency has already done that to the client.
Yeah.
So to the big client, they say, what is this worth to you, blah, blah, blah. And then they already have figured out the budgets they're going to spend. We're going to cover this in the boot camp. Well, how are you going to get the maximum amount of budget for that type of situation?
Yep.
The second question is from Samuel. He asks, well, how does this work in terms of how you put it on your site? Well, if you look at our website, if you go to blind.com, you'll see that all the Xbox projects I've done, it says client is Xbox. Mm-hmm. The agency is Eisenberg. And I list all of the agency credits there. Then I list our credits after. Mm-hmm. So as long as you're crediting what your role is in the entire thing, I don't think there's anything that's big of a deal unless it's stipulated in your contract.
And we put that in our contracts to make sure that we can show the work.
Right. As a marketing tool for us to get more work.
Yep.
Cool.
Questions? All right, next one. This one's going to be quick because we've kind of already covered it, but it's the judo flip.
What is
the judo flip? Come on, clicker. Here's the basics. We're going to use your target's marketing against them. Just like in judo, we're using our opponent's energy against them. We're going to be using the target's marketing against them. And really, this boils down to we want to market to the marketers.
Right. So we talked about this earlier when we go to events. This is how you do the judo flip, and we'll get into some examples. How do you do that?
Yeah. So really, it's just about being a curious customer. Buy what they sell, sign up for their newsletters, follow their social media, go where they are, visit their booths, do things to where you are engaged in their ecosystem. And then it's really simple. You just reach out and ask the right questions.
Right.
So I'll tell you, you guys know that Blind has been working in the commercial real estate space for a few years now. I think it's 4 years. And it's been a very, very profitable niche for us.
Right.
The first client that we got was using this strategy. See, Chris is, he purchased this building a while ago, and he used a real estate brokerage. And so he would receive these email newsletters from his realtor from time to time. He said they were beautifully designed. They're beautifully, they're well written. And he would get these from time to time. And all of a sudden he was like, you know what? I'm going to try and market to these guys. So all he did was he hit reply and he asked, hey guys, just curious, how is this working out for you? Because the emails look great. They're beautiful. How is this working for you?
How is it performing?
Yeah. And just by asking that question, they immediately responded and said, hey, we'd love to talk. And, in that kind of initial message, Chris was like, I know you guys think of us about, making commercials, right? I know you guys know us for making commercials, but we're actually making the switch into brand strategy and working in branding. So that's where the client was like, immediately, let's grab a meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of our start in commercial real estate.
And what happened after? What was the result of just that one email, the judo flip, marketing to the marketers?
Mm-hmm.
That resulted in millions of dollars worth of work for the next 4 years for our agency. And the thing is, we didn't even plan or consider that. That was just something that Chris had tried and has been highly effective for us and has resulted in great results. Like it's been huge for us.
Yeah. So here's some questions that really work well. How's it going?
How is this going?
How is the campaign going? How is the booth? How is the audience responding? Is this working? And I think that this ties into, any salesperson, when faced with this question, is going to immediately fire back like, oh, I don't know. Do you have something better? Because they're always looking for that better way, that cheaper way, that more affordable way to do things. Another one, follow up. Hey, who are you trying to connect with?
Right.
It's a powerful question because we're asking for their motivation and the audience that they're after.
Right. Especially if this is a follow-up based off of the response on the first question. So if the first question is, it could be better, like when we went to AIGA, then it's like, well, what's getting in the way?
Yeah.
Who do you want to connect with? So now you're starting to understand what the challenges are. And we're going to go very deep in this in the boot camp about diagnosing, right?
Yeah. And then the last one is, how else are you going about this? How else are you trying to solve this problem?
Right.
And really here, the whole point, again, it's just to establish a relationship, establish a conversation that can lead to bigger and better things.
Right. And when you ask this question, what you'll figure out is how they're spending their money. So you will understand, is it just digital? Are they just doing e-blasts?
Yeah.
Do they have billboards out there? Are they going to events? Where are they spending their money? Are they making videos? Are they making marketing videos?
Yeah.
Because then you'll get the full breadth and you might find a place to insert yourself. Or if you find a place that they're not doing, like let's say Facebook ads.
Yep.
Then it's like, well, you know what? I serve in space.
Yeah. Have you tried this?
Right.
Great.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay, guys, we want to keep that brief because we've kind of already covered that in the events and trade show section of the first, but I just want to open it up for questions because I know that was a lot. It was an hour and a half of information. So
let's remove the share screens. And then if you guys have a question, feel free to drop it in the chat if you want to, or feel free to just come on. You can unmute yourself and then ask a good follow-up question because I know it's super dense. Hopefully you guys were tracking along. And if there's anything that was unclear, let us know so that we can dig in deeper. Or if you have a point of clarification, let us know.
Lauren says everything was gold. Awesome. Thank you.
Any questions? If there's no questions, you guys are going to make this so easy for us. Yes, we will repost this after so that you guys can go with this. You can pause through the video and take more screen grabs.
Ryan asks, do you have a message example for how to reach out to agencies to offer your services? Yes, we do actually. It's in a deleted slide somewhere in the depths of this, but what my goal is, guys, is to take each one of these strategies and then make a workbook that has all these scripts in it and different options and things like that, so you can just copy and paste them over.
Right. So maybe this is something, if you ask again in the Facebook group for the event, we could just copy and paste that there so that we don't have to go digging on for it live here.
Yep.
Let's see. Feel free to come on. I'd love to hear your voices.
Yeah, you guys don't have to type because we can definitely hear you. You're making it really awkward, guys. No.
All I can see is silence.
Oh,
there we go. Ladies first. She popped on first.
All right, great. So about the section when you were discussing DMs, I noticed that you were doing it with your personal account, and I was wondering what kind of room is there for a business social media account if you're using your personal account to DM?
I'll let you weigh in.
The thing is, so the future account is a faceless account, meaning there's nobody's portrait there, and people DM us all the time, and we DM other brands back, and we use the leverage of our audience there, and we just have personal conversations. And usually when we do this, we sign our name at the bottom. And if you ever message our Facebook page, it's the same thing. You will get a response, and it will say -Elise. If you're responding to somebody on our Instagram, it will say -L.
Yeah.
So you could still have a personality there through your brand. And it's just also the way that you speak and carry yourself. It doesn't have to be so stiff and professional. You can still be a real person, and you can introduce yourself right away. You could say, I'm Danielle. I work at this branding company, and I was just curious if, and there you're already a warm, real human being on the other side. So there's that. We've also found that it's just very helpful if you do have your own strong personal brand as somebody that's connected to the company, because people do like seeing faces. It feels a little bit more of a easier human connection. So that is preferred, but it's not an absolute.
When I think about all the clients that have paid us a lot of money, I mean, we're talking multiple six figures, high six figures, almost seven figures. And I think about DMing them with a company account. I don't know. It feels impersonal to me.
Right. And the way we usually get into those situations, or for drumming up business, I will just reach out to the executive creative director at an agency. Like, hey, we haven't worked together for a while. How's it going?
Yeah.
And I'm just going to strike up a conversation there. And so it's more person to person.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Who else has a question? I put you guys up there, so now I can see your face.
Yeah, I had a question. This is Devin here.
Hey, Devin.
Hey, Devin.
Hey. So if you get a referral from someone and it pays well, but the client is a pain to work with. You keep asking for referrals from that person.
You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. As soon as you're done, just wrap it up, man.
I would. I mean, they're not going to, all of their friends aren't jerks. You know what I mean? I think that it's very generous of somebody to make a referral on your behalf. So if they want to keep on giving, I mean, the worst you can do is just say no to the leads.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a reason? Did that come?
I've totally been there. Yeah. I want to hear the horror story.
Yeah. I mean, the referral came from a friend who owns an agency that does more of the media buy. Mm-hmm. When I got started out, they hired me for more one-off small design projects. Mm-hmm. But they've recently started sending a bigger client my way, and it's good, but they tend to have bad clients and don't care. So they don't care to improve their client base. So if they're continuing to send that type of client, worth it to keep that relationship or just end it.
Right. So usually once you get into those sticky client situations, we do cover this in the course in terms of how to communicate clearly. So if you feel a certain way, if you feel wrong, there's ways to communicate that, you know, we're having this challenge. When this happens, I feel this way. I feel frustrated that we can't have a productive relationship moving forward. What I'd like to happen in the future is X, Y, and Z. Can we agree to something there? And so you could just communicate in a very clear way to help reorganize and restructure the kind of like the relationship between you two. And we're going to get really deep. There's a whole module on communication, but there are ways to get around the sticky situation. Doesn't mean that it's done there and that you have to sever ties. There are ways to repair it if you can communicate clearly.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah. Software recommendations. I knew that was going to come up. We used HubSpot. HubSpot's great. I've heard Pipedrive is awesome too. You can also use a Notion document. Anything that's going to allow you to track the leads over time, so that you have a good idea of what your close rates are, what your qualification rates are. So that way you can tell, like, oh man, I only pulled in 3 leads this week. If I continue to see this downward trend, we're going to have to amp up this, lead generation or cold calling or something like that. Yeah. You just want to be able to measure.
You want to measure and you want to reflect. Because for me, I never got into the fancy tools. I just had Google Sheets. And every year I have a tab. And each project that came along, each potential client I had on there. And I said, did we win it or did we not? If we didn't, why did we lose it? Yeah. And then I always assign a dollar value so that every year I can go through my catalog. I could see my win rate, my personal win rate, my personal loss rate, and then try and put together some kind of insight as to why I might have lost it, so that because I'm measuring, I know where I can improve.
Right. Yeah.
Was there a follow-up question there?
Yeah. So it's Brad.
Hey, Brad.
Hey.
You sounded unsure, Brad.
Indeed. Yeah, it's early morning here. Just got back from soccer.
Good morning.
So basically, on your let's just say you don't get a job. Is there any, or do you guys constantly follow up, or how do you guys understand where you went wrong, why they made their decision, that type of thing? Or do you do that as part of your process, or is that just something that you get feedback from sometimes and not others?
We always want to improve. We're constant improvers here. So we always reach out after the fact, especially when we lose. So we ask, I was just hoping that we could get some feedback. So in the future, we can serve clients like you better. Or you could just specifically say, I'd like to serve you better. And I want to understand where we went wrong so that I could do right by you next time. And then usually they're pretty open to give a few like bullet points or a little follow-up, or even jump on a call and say, the other guys, they were just positioned a little bit better. Or, the other guys, they went all out and they did all these crazy video tests for us. Or they'll give you some insight that you can understand. And then you could think about how might you improve your process in the future so that you avoid those types of things. Or you might find out that it was completely unavoidable. You could find out that the other person just undercut the project by half. And it doesn't even make sense. And then you learn
Yeah.
shoot, I should have asked upfront. I should have established the budget upfront so that I didn't waste all this time on proposals.
And the crazy thing is that like, we started losing a lot of jobs in 2017. We started missing out on these opportunities, and we couldn't figure out why until we looked at like those reasons and started adding them up. And it was something crazy, like 80% of the jobs that we lost literally just disappeared. The company closed. They decided to not launch the product that they were thinking of. They decided to not launch the brand. They just moved away, and then the job disappeared. So it's not even that we lost those to a competitor. It's literally that the job went away.
Right.
So it's really, really valuable to track the reason behind the L.
Yeah.
Type them in. Hey guys, I'm Brandon from Chicago.
Brandon.
So I want to kind of go back to like one of the first slides that you guys brought up. And I initially asked the question about, which was that qualified leads equation, and you kind of broke down what qualified leads were. And one of the things that I have issues with, or not issues with, but I've just like found to be a problem, I guess, throughout the sales process is qualifying budget. And one of the things is, can they afford us, is one of the bullets. I know it's kind of like a big topic, but I'm curious from your guys' expertise and experience, what are the most effective ways to qualify budget so you don't end up wasting each other's time?
Yeah. Well, you want to do that very early on, probably on the first call, so that you waste as little time as possible.
Right.
And we have a whole module about pricing and diagnosing. Those things go together. But I'll give you guys a preview. The easiest way to have this dialogue is a couple steps. First, you want to understand, what is your goal? What is your goal for this initiative? What's currently getting in the way of that goal? Why aren't you achieving that now? Why haven't you guys reached $10 million in revenue? Why haven't you grown your audience to 500,000? So you're trying to figure out what's getting in the way.
Yep.
Then you might ask, how might we solve that? What are ways that we can address that? Either us together or just you guys as a company. Like, what are ways that you could potentially address that challenge? They might tell you 3 different ways. And you could ask, what's that worth to you? In the one case where it's revenue, if it's sales, it's like, oh, it's worth $10 million to your company if you get this right. And the follow-up question is, what do you think is a reasonable amount to invest in that? To get $10 million, what do you think we should invest in this initiative? If you're building a marketing website, what would you say? And then you leave it open to them because they have to assign the value. This is value-based pricing, by the way. And then they might say, $20,000. Oh, $20,000. So that's 0.05% of the potential upswing that you might get from this initiative. You think that makes sense to invest in that? And then you test their logic. Usually people are willing to spend up to 10 or 20% to achieve something. That makes a lot of sense. And we're going to get into this when we talk about value-based pricing in the pricing module. But these are just ways that you can have these conversations that the clients can assign the value, the monetary value to this thing.
Yeah. Hey, Brandon, right?
Yep.
How are you qualifying your leads right now? Are you using email or phone?
Actually, typically Slack channels. So I'm in the web development space, and so I join like tech Slack channels for given cities. Like Chicago Tech has one, Denver has one, and then there's specific ones for different incubators. And then another one that I really found really good is for $45 a month. I don't work at WeWork, but you can join their network and their online portal, and I can dig through their job board and find people who are actually posting and looking for development services, and I can talk to them if it fits.
That's killer. One thing I would recommend, and this is something that I recommended to our executive producer when I started here, is always qualify on the phone. So the phone call, even if it's a 10, 15-minute phone call, it can go leaps and bounds. And it's because you can just be frank, right? You can just be open and transparent. And sometimes the value-based pricing thing is like the miracle cure, right? That painting the desired future state and then following up with, how much would you invest? That's an amazing thing. But sometimes you're working with somebody who has a budget. like a marketing director, and you don't know how much money they're bringing to the table, but you kind of know that they're not going to know the impact or know that desired future state. This is my go-to. I typically go, hey, love the project, sounds really cool. Typically projects like this are anywhere between $300,000 and $100,000. Is that a range that you're comfortable working within?
Right.
And so right off the bat, you're asking, you are anchoring your price high. And then you're also saying, hey, is that a window that you're comfortable working inside of?
Mm-hmm.
They're either going to say yes or no. And then boom, there's your qualification.
Right.
That make sense?
Yeah. Thank you.
I've got another question.
Mm-hmm.
So on, obviously with the 100 perfect list that we were trying to generate, with startups, it makes it very hard because those startups probably aren't around yet. But it's very easy to say these are the types of startups I want to work with, or this is where I might find that work from. Specifically, I've kind of put together a list just for my own personal use from the homework, was gatekeepers, or what you call basically.
I love that.
Now, trying to look at ways to basically get a foot in the door there, I'm guessing just from today's class, would you suggest it's the same way as dealing with an agency? Or is it slightly a different dynamic? Because, for instance, one that I've identified is venture capitalists. So I want my startups to have been backed by somebody so that they've got money to spend, but it also basically validates the startup to say, hey, we're serious, we know what we're doing. But I suppose venture capitalists speak a completely different language than, say, a design agency. You know, whether or not, you know, how to get that foot in the door, basically.
I love the idea. The VC funds it's great. I actually worked with a VC company out of Boston, and it was right before Blind kind of acquired my company and moved out here, but they were sending us tons of leads, lower than Blind could take on, but it was just this constant source of customers. So are you asking, do we reach out to them the same way we would do an agency?
Basically, yeah. So with an agency, often they speak the same language with creativity. They value creativity. They've got expectations as to what they're asking for. My previous experience when talking to people from other industries or businesses, there's often a very large element of education that needs to go with that pitch. So just as an example, something that a lot of startups really need for a website at that stage is pure and simply communicating their idea and why they're there. Whether or not a company like a venture capital firm will acknowledge that that's something of value to, you know, put money behind. I think there's a bit of education that might need to happen there as well. Or again, whether you guys would just say treat them like an agency type thing.
Right. I think you just have to find out what's important to them, because every single company, every single agency, they're all different in terms of their needs. So for venture capitalists or even the companies that are funded, you might try and figure out, well, that's a compelling event, right? They just got funding, therefore they're looking to spend. And it might not be in branding. Maybe they're totally fine with branding, so they don't need that. Well, what do they need? What are they going to spend the money on? And if you could figure out that information, then you'll know whether or not you're a good fit or not. So I don't think there's a clear, absolute way other than asking questions, digging in and trying to understand their needs, so that when you develop a certain level of case studies for companies like this, then you can easily talk to venture capitalists that might be that's going to keep feeding you other well-funded tech companies or recently funded tech companies. And you could say, I help companies raise money. I could help startups raise money, right? If you're a presentation designer, for instance, you have a very clear expertise in that field. So all I could say is, if I were to approach it tomorrow and I'm starting to get into this, I would just start interviewing people, start asking people questions and figuring out what's important to them, just like how Chris did with the real estate development company.
Yeah, honestly, I suspect that VCs are a little hard to get in touch with. I bet you that those walls are pretty high.
Mm-hmm.
So this could be a really good. Yeah, this could be a really good strategy for that specific LinkedIn reach out. You know, where
Mm-hmm.
you're like you're trying to find the connection and then go through your network to get there. But we also know that the VC world is gambling. It is gambling.
It's very risky.
Yeah, it's very risky. And so any time where you can show results, yes, it will. So in terms of this kind of customized strategy, if I could give any advice at all, it would be make sure that you have a good hardcore case study that can be summed up in a single line, and then work your network to get it into the hands of the VC. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Great question. Great idea, too. VCs, man.
Yeah.
Gatekeepers. That's going to go on the list.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough, but that's something that maybe we keep thinking on, because that's a good one. We don't normally like to play in that market because, like Ben said, it's pretty risky, and we like to go a little bit more slow and steady on stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to Lauren. Lauren, if you want to jump on, and if Lauren can't ask her questions due to spotty internet, then we could also have Samuel ask it for her, because I know he's up after her.
Yeah, sure. Hopefully it works. Hi, guys. We made a connection with someone who works with our dream client, and we had a really good couple phone calls with them where they ended it with saying, "Oh, you're the expert. We trust you." They for a week, came back and asked more questions, and then they've disappeared for 2 or 3 weeks. And I don't know how to re-engage with them without just being like, "Hey, what's up?"
Okay, so what was the status before they disappeared, before they ghosted on you?
The status before was they wanted their website done real fast in a week turnaround, and we said, "No, we have a process." And they kept saying, like, you know, the money part is not an issue, and they wanted to create a connection as a resource for their client. So I know they had a big like board meeting before that, and that's probably why they ghosted, but still don't want to necessarily lose that connection.
Yeah. So I have a resource for you. It's an email template. I'm going to find it and I'll post it in the Facebook group later, but it's perfect for this exact situation. And it's basically like, you want to be the one that quote unquote terminates things. Like, hey, notice that we haven't heard from you in a while. That's fantastic. Before I move on to other projects, and then you kind of ask them why they disappeared or something like that. I have the template saved. I'll post it in the Facebook group.
Okay. Does that kind of go along the lines of trying to kill the job?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's like you're walking away because you're saying you're getting too busy, and you're going to see if that's compelling enough for them to jump back in.
Right. And a lot of times when somebody gets that, it's like, they're like, "Oh, no, I don't want you to go away. I don't want you to," they'll chase you because you're retreating. It's the classic kind of retreat and follow.
Right. Or you might reach out to somebody else in the company, because something could have happened. And this has happened before where that person got terminated. That person is not there anymore. Sure. So you might want to reach out to somebody else who might have been previously CC'd, or somebody that you can find through LinkedIn, and say, "Hey, I haven't heard from Mary lately, and we were talking about the website. I just want to make sure she's all right." And nothing's happened, because like something could have happened, and that would be the worst. And you might have a little bit of empathy there just in case.
Okay. Yeah.
I had somebody wind up in the hospital once, and it was right when the payment was due. I just hounded them. Oh yeah, big mistake. Hard lesson.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, Samuel, you want to come on and ask your question, unless it's been answered?
No, yeah. So the model that my business partner and I run is that we're actually a nomadic branding studio. So we move around and go to different countries. And I was wondering how much work Blind do that is sort of cross-continent and completely remote, which is essentially what we're doing, and if these lead generation tactics actually work, whether you're in the same country as your prospect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, most of the work that we do for our clients are here in the United States. Mm-hmm. I would say pretty much like 99%. There have been a few over the years where we've worked with Korean companies or Chinese companies over the years, but most of it has been in the US or mostly North America. We are partners, like people we subcontract to. Sometimes we have developers that we work with, and they're offshore. So I don't know if that helps at all, but that's just like we work with both the clients and clients are local, and the people that we outsource some stuff to are not local.
I'm going to spitball a number here. When I was running business development in 2017, 2018, I'm going to say 15 to 20% of the leads that came in were international. We had a lot of we had quite a few Chinese companies that wanted to branch into the States and stuff like that. But those jobs were always very kind of like long-term, or they were far out, and we never closed too many of them. So
right.
we would draw in leads just because of the portfolio and our reputation.
Right.
But I don't believe that we've closed those.
No.
Yeah.
And for us too, like in my experience, and this is probably just us, because we're not familiar with all the other different cultures, like those situations have always been kind of tricky for us, right? Like if we don't speak the same language, those jobs have been some of the most difficult, or the cultural sensitivities of the things that we understand or things that are safe or PC here could be totally taboo somewhere else. And so there's always like this weird clash. So we haven't had much success on our side in working with a lot of clients outside of the US. UK, because there's still a lot of cultural differences there. So we have done quite a bit of work in the UK. So I kind of bring that back. We've done some client work in Mexico as well, but the ones that are even further like east, those ones have been much more challenging for us.
I'd love to hear from you though. I mean, based on your experience, these tactics, especially with the nomadic thing that you have going on, how do you think that they would work for you?
Well, I mean, I'm guessing that with AdWords, I guess, would be another angle you could go down. You could put out the perception that you're in that local area. I mean, I guess my question about Blind was, are the clients you work with all locally based, as in you could just drive to them, or
done
over phone call or email or whatever?
Yeah, probably. I would say 98% of the clients we work with, we never meet in person.
Yeah,
it's just through phone calls or video chat. It's like this, even if they're down the street.
So I guess we're just kind of taking that theory and testing it across the continents and seeing how that works. See how it goes.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Cool concept.
But yeah, face to face, we only meet some people in person sometimes when we go to events or, but most of the time people prefer being on a call. It's just more convenient.
Yep.
Thanks.
Cool. So I think we got time for like one or two more.
Yeah.
I've got a follow-up question from last week as well. So just on the positioning, something Mr. Encina mentioned was that if you were going to brand Blind today, you'd use subdomains because basically you've got multiple focuses.
Yeah.
Now, is that something that if you've got if you're struggling to basically find a niche and you don't want to give one element of your business up, is that something that you would recommend if they're complementary? Or would you suggest for smaller guys like us to just go on one focus and just kind of say, don't worry about the other side?
I say you just focus on one. I think what we've found is just like the more you splinter yourself, the less you're serving the thing that you should be focusing on. So I would rather you do a sprint where you have a week or two or maybe even a month where you say, I'm going to go all in on this one vertical. I'm going to really max out all of my efforts on this thing. I'm going to write all my copy and position myself and start talking in that way and see what the results are. I wouldn't spend time behind closed doors, keeping things behind a curtain, like trying to tweak all these things and then come up with language for 2 websites versus just doubling down on one. I think since I'm assuming you're a solopreneur, like you're a lot more nimble than we are to move an entire ship over here. Luckily, we have 23 years of experience and people know us for things. So we have a little bit of an advantage where we can kind of coast on this for a while, which we have been. But if we were to reposition in order to target specific markets that we find very profitable and enjoyable to work in, then that would be our approach. But
I think it's a great way to test, right? That's that kind of second option where you can test multiple things by doing subdomains.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great way to test new positionings. But yeah, splintering that, I don't think I would recommend that as a permanent solution.
Mm-hmm.
I have friends in Richmond that have been in the design business for 35 years or something crazy like that. And they actually hired Blair Enns as a consultant, which is very, very expensive. And he came in and forced them to pick a specialty. So they decided to specialize in healthcare. And they were worried because they had worked with tech startups and they had worked with, I'm sure, some other clients, but they decided, let's go ahead and do healthcare. And the moment they did that, their business exploded. And they put a lot of faith into inbound marketing. And so when I was talking to the CEO, it's Franklin Street Design. When I was talking to the CEO, he said that they base their entire inbound strategy on their specialty. They'll literally go to trade shows and go to conventions in order to scrape the talks for pieces of content to talk about. So they'll go to one talk and then look at the speaker's 4 bullet points and then write 10 blog posts about each bullet point. Because they know that they're at an industry convention. All of the healthcare service providers, everybody's there talking about healthcare things. And this is what's on everybody's mind. So they accredit their massive success to that one specialty. And if you had 2 or 3 or 4, I couldn't imagine doing all of that effort and all of that work 4 times.
right, it's really tough. Just focus on one at a time, test. And if it's not working, then you move on to the next one. And I think as we do iterations of our raw material of positioning from last week and the business development this week, getting your feedback like this is helpful. So I encourage all of you guys to give us more feedback, things that you feel like are missing or questions you might have, so that in future iterations of this material, we might address that, or we might have a quick solution or templates already to feed you guys. So help us out and we'll do our best to help you out. So I think we have time for just one last question, and then we will get on to homework and the next steps. So if somebody wants to come on and ask their question, that would be awesome. Anyone? Any questions? No? Okay.
They're all lead gen pros. Love it.
All right. If there's no questions, then we will move on and we'll go share screen.
I've got a small question, but I don't want to be a question hog.
The man with the questions. Let's do it.
Yeah. So just on kind of testing markets or testing whether or not our, I suppose, our direction is a good direction to follow. Before I came into this course, I was redoing my website. And I thought that I had, I thought, hey, I've got a niche. But reflecting on that, that niche was just way too broad. It was not a niche at all. It was basically saying I do everything for you guys.
Right.
Now, if I want to test something, I need a website, right? So, and with that website, I'd kind of want to do enough that I can get, or basically give it a proper test, but without putting so much effort into creating the world's best website. Do you guys have any kind of advice as to what you can get away with as a website for this type of exercise?
Why do you feel like you need a website to test the positioning?
Validation. So if I'm going to put myself out there as an expert, I would expect people to, first thing they'll do is they'll Google me or have a look at my website. That's just kind of an expectation.
I get it. And that's something that you should be doing. But if you're in the testing phase, one of the things that I recommend to my consulting clients is just like start small. Give somebody a call. Do one of the cold, warm calls that we've listed here to something that's like, maybe one of the underdogs on your list, and just tell them, hey, I'm considering repositioning myself as because I'm so passionate about X, Y, and Z. And just see how they respond to that. And that's a great way to start asking the right kind of questions and seeing if they're going to respond to your expertise in the area. I would do that before setting down and creating a website if the positioning, if that kind of specialty is very new to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to think of if there's anything else that you might do. For me, and I think what I adopt a lot from Chris is trying to do things quickly and test to figure out if it's worth spending more time on it. So what you might do in order to test the viability of this market, look at the competition, look at all the other service providers that are trying to do the things that you're doing, and look at the language that they're using. Look at the case studies that they're using and who they've worked with. That's an easy way to cheat. You can cobble together all of the stuff that they've done. You could take this person's title here, the way they describe and talk of themselves here, and you could just stand up a site. Like, what is the one we used to make quick landing pages on?
Unbounce.
Unbounce. Yeah. Unbounce is one way to do it, but there's so many template websites where you could just stand up a landing page, use the language from your competitors, and then start reaching out so that you have that point of contact or validation. And you could toss up any relevant case studies or information there that might help lead somebody to you or prove your validation points, because you do need to do that. And the other point that Ben was saying is, if you find the right people in the market, just interview them.
Yeah.
Just interview them, call them and ask them for 10 minutes of their time, and you have questions about their space. So I think there's a lot of tactics that you can do to help validate that. And I know this is something that we might have left you guys a little bit high and dry from last week because we didn't have enough time to dedicate to this. But because this is coming up, and this is a great question, by the way, this is forcing us to think, how else might we tackle that? So thank you for planting the seed. Hopefully some of this is going to be helpful right now. And we're going to continue to develop this stuff so that we can figure out, are these worthwhile strategies and what else other people are doing out there.
Listen, the interview strategy, we had been toying around with putting it in this presentation, but we figured that it was just one more thing for you guys to tackle.
Yeah.
But it is such a massive, massive opportunity. It helps you create content, which is part of any good long-term lead generation strategy. And it puts you on the phone with somebody like the design director of Coca-Cola for an hour. I mean, that guy doesn't even have an hour for anything else. That you'd never be able to talk with that guy for an hour in any other circumstance. So having a piece of content, having a podcast or a blog that you're interviewing the people from your target audience is a massive way to do research and make sure that you're testing that kind of specialty. So huge win there.
And most people are flattered by the opportunity. I know it feels weird to ask somebody for an interview, but I say yes most of the time. People's like, I have a podcast. I don't even check. Like, sure, I'd love to come on, because it's flattery and you want to spread and share your message. Everybody wants to share a little bit more about their expertise and what they do. Yeah. And people are just trying to market themselves. So you'll be surprised how low the barrier to entry is if you say, I want to interview you for a blog, and just get a few nuggets from you. Or I'm interviewing experts in the field on the thing that you do. Flattery. Oh, of course, I'd love to come on. And so it's a lot easier than you think.
But I would just look at alternate ways. I mean, a website is just one way to start proving that expertise. I mean, you could even write articles like, hey, I'm changing my business. Here's why. And then just start breaking it down. Like, start to build momentum and build that transition in place before you actually flip the switch on a different website.
John has a follow-up question. He's just asking about writing the 10 blog posts. Was that after the event and taking the material from the conference? Is the speaker talks were the basis of the blog post?
Yes. Yeah. So they would go to these events, they would go to the speeches, and then they would take notes. And then based on the notes that they would take, they would write blog posts that shared their perspective on what these people were talking about. And there's a specific example. When you work in healthcare, and you work in healthcare marketing, you have to navigate around something called HIPAA, in the United States, and I don't know what it stands for, but it's basically a privacy law. You can't share any patient information, and it's a very, very real thing. And so HIPAA and marketing was a massive topic at a healthcare convention. And so what Franklin Street did was they took that and they wrote hundreds of blog posts based on the insights that they were able to gain from the convention. So not only were they sharing new information that maybe not everybody had access to, but they also shared their perspective and opinions on this hot topic.
Right.
So that's that beginning of the funnel.
Right.
It's huge for them.
Yeah. So there's a whole thing we didn't cover today because obviously we're over time already, which is inbound. All we talked about today was outbound marketing, meaning you go to them and try to drum up the connection.
Right.
The thing that we didn't talk about is inbound marketing, which a lot of it is driven by content and reinforcing your positioning statement. So if you guys spend time studying people like us, like the Future Channel, we're trying to reinforce our expertise in brand strategy, creative entrepreneurship, and probably the reason why you're here. Mm-hmm. If you look at other people that we've been referencing and talking about, Blair Enns, go to his website, look at the blogs he's talking about. It's reinforcing all of his expertise, which is value-based pricing and how to price creativity. Same with Jonathan Stark, stop pricing hourly, value-based pricing specifically for the niche of web development. And he's been growing that to more creatives and other people outside of that. But he started with a very tiny niche on a very particular subject, and he's just been growing it. So study that. That's the easiest way I could show that you guys can gain some insight from that. But inbound marketing is a whole nother 2 hours or 10 hours.
At least.
it's a lot. It's a lot. And maybe this is something that can come up. And as you guys percolate and think about stuff, just ask us questions in the Facebook group, on the Q&A calls, and I will be happy to help. But I know it's a very deep topic that we wanted to just give you guys some quick wins because this is an easy lead in to the next 7 weeks of Business Boot Camp, which I think we should transition to now. So what is the homework for this week and what's coming up next?
All right. Yeah. Share this screen. You should have primed me before, Matthew. Not enough time. Okay. Here's the homework. Number one, let's just get your basics in order. If you don't have a My Business listing on Google, make it happen. If you don't have a website currently, let's stand something up. Let's just get those basics in order so that as you go through the rest of the exercises, the leads land on something. You're able to drop those breadcrumbs and make sure that the people follow you through the site or through your business card. Just get those basics in order. Number two, just pick one tactic to try. We gave you 4. Pick one. And for those of you guys who aren't used to cold calling or, you're not, hardcore salespeople, start small. Try the referral option and, ask for those referrals. But just try one tactic. And here's how you do this. And we call this the penny drill. Actually, this comes straight from Jim Rohn. It's an old sales trick. So you start each week with 2 glasses, one of which is full of 20 pennies. For every action that you take, every person that you reach out to, just move 1 penny over to the next jar. And at the end of the week, all of the pennies should be over in the next jar. It's just a nice little, kinetic way to track your progress through the week. Mm-hmm. So that's it.
You just do that every week.
Every week.
Just building the muscle, building the habit. And through the next 7 weeks of Business Boot Camp, because Monday we officially start this course, we're going to take you from that moment where now you're getting leads. How do you close them at higher rates? How do you qualify them? And then how do you start to have these more meaningful conversations with them so that you can surface the most valuable insights that you need to solve and charge the most amount of money for that. So that's what the next 7 weeks is going to be. I know this is a little crazy for us to jam these first 2 weeks, but I'm thankful that you guys have joined us on the beta versions of this lead generation topic. Again, if you have follow-up questions or feedback or things that you feel like we missed, just leave them in the events page.
Yeah.
Ben and I will come through that and continue to build this for you guys.
Yeah. We'd love the critique. Yeah. We'd love for you guys to poke holes in it, ask questions, because that's the only way this thing gets better. This is how Business Bootcamp was created. Mm-hmm. Started in person and then evolved over time. So But I can't wait for you guys to get started next week. It's a game changer.
Yeah. So Monday, I think around 11 a.m. our time, what we're going to do is we're going to post in the Facebook group and let you guys know lecture 1 is available.
Yep.
And so you guys are going to you're going to watch that on your own time, which is about 90 minutes to 2 hours. I forget at this point. And from there, you're going to partner up with somebody else in the group. Hopefully you guys have already been making connections. I see you guys reaching out. If not, you could start a thread and then just connect with each other there. Then you're going to practice week 1 homework, and it's going to be pretty challenging. It's not an easy thing. And then we'll have the Q&A sessions on Friday in the morning and in the evening, 1 hour each. And you just come on there to bring us your challenges with this week's material. Okay.
I think with that, guys, thanks so much. And we'll see you next week.
Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Have a great weekend, and can't wait to see you next week.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Abe. See you
Bye.
later.
Bye.
Thanks,
Cheers.
guys. Thank you.